have Stephanie swear you in at this time, okay?
Raise your right hand. You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will, well and truly, honestly and impartially, try the issues in the cause now pending before this court, and the true verdict render therein according to the law and evidence, so help you God.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and be seated, please. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you all had a good, restful weekend. And again, we all want to thank you for your service to date and the service you will provide this week. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see there's some notebooks there. I'll discuss that in one of the instructions. We're going to go ahead and begin now. So instruction number 1. This case will proceed in the following order. First, the court will read to you 2 instructions concerning the law applicable to this case and its trial. Next, the attorney for the state must make an opening statement outlining what the attorney expects the state's evidence will be. The attorney for the defendant is not required to make an opening statement then or at any other time. However, if the attorney chooses to do so, she may make an opening statement after that of the state, or the attorney may reserve her opening statement until the conclusion of the state's evidence. Evidence will then be introduced. At the conclusion of all the evidence, further instructions in writing concerning the law will be read to you by the court, after which the attorneys may make their arguments. You will then be given the written instructions of the court to take with you to your jury room. You will go to that room, select a foreperson, deliberate, and arrive at your verdict. Off the record a second. Counsel, could you please approach? Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. If you find the defendant guilty in this first stage of the trial, a second stage of the trial will be held. During the second stage, additional instructions will be read to you by the court, additional evidence may be presented, and the attorneys will make their arguments as to punishment. With the additional instructions of the court, you will return to the jury room, deliberate, and determine the punishment to be assessed. Sometimes there are delays or conferences out of your hearing with the attorneys about matters of law. There are good reason for these delays and conferences. The court is confident that you'll be patient and understanding. We will have recesses from time to time. The following 2 instructions of law are for your guidance in this case. The 2 of them, along with other instructions in writing read to you at the close of all the evidence, will be handed to you at that time to take you to your jury room. I've already done 2 things wrong today. I didn't have you in here at 9 o'clock, right? But number 2, I made a mistake and said that was jury instruction number 1. This is actually instruction number 1. Those who participate in a jury trial must do so in accordance with established rules. This is true of the parties, the witnesses, the lawyers, and the judge. It is equally true of jurors. It is the court's duty to enforce these rules and to instruct you upon the law applicable to the case. It is your duty to follow the law as the court gives it to you. However, no statement, ruling, or remark that I may make during the trial is intended to indicate my opinion of what the facts are. It is your duty to determine the facts and to determine them only from the evidence and the reasonable inferences to be drawn from the evidence. In your determination of the facts, you alone must decide upon the believability of the witnesses and the weight and value of the evidence. You may believe all, any part, or none of a witness's testimony. In determining the believability of a witness and the weight to be given to testimony of the witness, you may take into consideration the witness's manner while testifying, the ability and opportunity of the witness to observe and remember any matter about which testimony is given, any interest, bias, prejudice, incentive, or motive the witness may have, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony considered in the light of all the evidence in the case, any benefit that the witness was promised, received, or expected, and any other matter that has a tendency in reason to prove or disprove the truthfulness of the testimony of the witness. It is important for you to understand that this case must be decided only by the evidence presented in the proceedings in this courtroom and the instructions I give you. The reason for this is that the evidence presented in court is reviewed by the lawyers in the court, and the lawyers have the opportunity to comment on or dispute evidence presented in court. If you obtain information from other places, the lawyers do not have the opportunity to comment on or dispute it. Fairness in our system of justice requires giving both sides the opportunity to view and comment on all evidence in the case. It is unfair to the parties if you obtain information about the case outside this courtroom. Therefore, you should not visit the scene of any of the incidents described in this case, nor should you conduct your own research or investigation. For example, you should not conduct any independent research of any type by reference to textbooks, dictionaries, magazines, the internet, a person you consider to be knowledgeable, or any other means about any issue in this case, or any witnesses, parties, lawyers, medical or scientific terminology, or evidence that is in any way involved in this trial. You should not communicate, use a cell phone, record, photograph, video, email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything about this trial or your thoughts or opinions about any issue in this case to any person. This prohibition on communication about the trial includes use of the internet, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or any other personal or public website. Faithful performance by you of your duties as jurors is vital to the administration of justice. You should perform your duties without prejudice or fear and solely from a fair and impartial consideration of the whole case. You must carefully evaluate the evidence and resist any urge to reach any conclusion or agree to a verdict that is influenced by a personal bias for or against any party or witness. An individual juror's personal bias, prejudice, or opinion, whether conscious or unconscious, favorable or unfavorable, about any characteristics or perceived characteristics associated with race, sex, gender identity, religion, national origin, ethnicity, disability, age, sexual orientation, or marital status should not be considered. Do not make up your mind during the trial about what the verdict should be. Keep an open mind until you have heard all of the evidence and the case is given to you to decide. Each of you may take notes in this case, but you're not required to do so. You've been given the notebooks. Any notes you take must be in those notebooks only. You may not take any notes out of the courtroom before the case is submitted to you for your deliberations. No one will read your notes while you're out of the courtroom. If you choose to take notes, remember that note-taking may interfere with your ability to observe the evidence and witnesses as they are presented. Do not discuss or share your notes with anyone until you begin your deliberations. During deliberations, if you choose to do so, you may use your notes and discuss them with other jurors. Notes taken during trial are not evidence. You should not assume that your notes or those of your other jurors are more accurate than your own recollection or the recollection of other jurors. After you reach your verdict, your notes will be collected and destroyed. No one will be allowed to read them. Instruction number 2. You must not assume as true any fact solely because it is included in or suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. From time to time, the attorneys may make objections. They have a right to do so and are only doing their duty as they see it. You should draw no inference from the fact that an objection has been made. If the court sustains an objection to a question, you will disregard the entire question, and you should not speculate as to what the answer of the witness might have been. The same applies to exhibits offered but excluded from the evidence after an objection has been sustained. You will also disregard any answer or other matter which the court directs you not to consider and anything which the court orders stricken from the record. The opening statements of attorneys are not evidence. Also, you must not consider as evidence any statement or remark or argument by any of the attorneys addressed to another attorney or to the court. However, the attorneys may enter into stipulations of fact. These stipulations become part of the evidence and are to be considered by you as such. All right, so that ends our instructions at this phase. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with opening statements. Mr. Schlesinger, or Ms. Schlesinger, on behalf of the state.
Thank you.
You may proceed when you're ready, and just remember to turn on your microphone, please.
Will do.
Thank you.
Everyone see that okay?
Clearly, the volume works. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Microphone, and we'll go back on the record. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everybody. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes. On the morning of June 11th of 2003, at 6:07 a.m., the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, made a 911 call. This occurred at the intersection of Page and Skinker, just inside the city limits of St. Louis. When he made that call, he reported to the police that his 1999 maroon Expedition had just been carjacked with his 9-year-old son, Christian, inside. This 911 call sparked extensive law enforcement involvement, media coverage, organized searches, and what became known as the disappearance of Christian Ferguson. Christian Ferguson has never been recovered. But the evidence that you will see this week will show to you that Christian Ferguson was never missing, and that that 911 call placed by the defendant was not true. The evidence will show that, and it will show that it was all a cover-up by the defendant to cover up the murder of his own child. Christian Ferguson suffered from a genetic disorder called citrullinemia. You'll hear from doctors and witnesses that will explain to you what that means. But overall, it means that his body couldn't process proteins like a normal person could. He had to take medication, life-sustaining medication, and he had to undergo strict dietary restrictions. Only a few grams of protein he could have per day. However, you will hear that if he followed that diet and he received his medications, he would appear just like a normal child, a normal person. saw that video, Christian Ferguson looked like any other little boy, walking, talking, playing around with his family. You wouldn't know that he had some sort of genetic disorder. You will hear from Theda Person, who is Christian's mother. You'll hear from his sister, Lynn Ferguson, who formerly identified as Connor Ferguson. We talked about that in jury selection. You'll hear from his aunt, Sharon, and they will all talk to you about what Christian's life was like as he was growing up. And then everything changed for Christian in January of 2001, January 16th of 2001 specifically. You will hear that the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, had full legal and physical custody of Christian during this time. And on January 16th of 2001, Christian had to go to the hospital. What you will also hear is that both the defendant and Theda were well instructed by doctors on what to keep an eye out for with Christian. If he received too much protein, or if he didn't receive his medicine, or if something happened, the ammonia levels in his body would start to rise. And when those levels started to rise, that put him at risk for falling into a coma, suffering brain damage, and ultimately could result in his death. They were trained on what to look out for: confusion, lethargy, not acting right, vomiting, things like that. Stuff that, if that happened to a normal child, a parent would closely monitor, but it might not automatically result in a trip to the emergency room. That was not the case for Christian Ferguson. If something like that, these outward symptoms were being displayed, they were to take him in to see his doctor. Well, on the evening of January 15th of 2001, Christian started getting sick. From the defendant's own words, he was vomiting. The defendant didn't take him to the hospital. Instead, he put him in his bedroom, put him to sleep. The next morning, in the 10 o'clock hour, is when he decides to make that call. Christian's not seen at the ER until closer to noon. By this point, Christian Ferguson had slipped into a coma, suffered extensive brain injury, was hospitalized for months. And that is when his life changed, and that is when Christian Ferguson became the disabled little boy that everyone heard about on the news. He never needed to get to that point. His parents were instructed on what to look out for. After Christian suffered that coma, he couldn't walk. He couldn't talk. He couldn't use the restroom anymore. He had to go back into diapers, and he had to have a feeding tube inserted in which he received most of his nutrition and his medication. No longer that little boy you all just saw on that video. So during this time period, starting in January of 2001, leading into June of 2003, is the charged time period. And the defendant is now standing trial for his actions and inactions during that time period by failing to provide Christian Ferguson with proper nutrition and medication, and ultimately caused his death. So let's flash forward. You will hear that the Fergusons had in-home nurses that were provided to them by Medicaid. You will hear from two of them. Let's start with Tridell Day. She was an at-home nurse in the Ferguson household. They worked 40 hours a week. That was it. When they weren't there, Christian was under the supervision of his father. Tridell Day will get in here and she will tell you that when she would go to get Christian in the morning, he'd be filthy. She would have to give him a bath before she would take him out of the house to her home. She would provide him food because it wasn't being provided in the home. When she would drop Christian off at the end of her shift and show up the next day, he would still be in the same outfit. He would be in double-wrapped, urine-soaked diapers that had never been changed. She will tell you that she would measure out and mix up the amount of formula that he would need for that in-between time period when she wasn't there. And the next day, a lot of it would still be left, meaning Christian never received it. She would keep an eye on the medicine and would notice that it didn't change much between when she would leave and when she would come back, meaning Christian wasn't getting it. Trudell Day will tell you a lot about what she observed in that home and the treatment Christian was receiving. You will also hear from Kim Nelson now. She was the last at-home nurse that was in the Ferguson household. She will tell you that she had to perform several functions that weren't necessarily required of them, such as ordering the prescriptions and the medicines, because the defendant didn't do it. And she will tell you that in February, leading into March of 2003, she went to go get an order filled, and the doctors wouldn't sign off on the prescription because they had not seen Christian Ferguson in over a year. You will hear from his doctors. You will hear from his dietitian. Christian was supposed to be seen regularly. Nancy Brody, his dietitian, will say she actually wanted to see him monthly. They sent letters to the Ferguson home. They made calls for follow-up appointments. They went unanswered. So when Kim Nero went to go get this prescription ordered and was told this, they said, "We won't do it until we see Christian and can check on him." Kim Nero is the individual that took Christian Ferguson to the hospital because the defendant didn't even bother to go. And when Christian was presented to the doctors, they were alarmed. He had lost weight, significant weight. And they will tell you that when a child is 9, they're expected to grow and develop. He was not meeting his growth. In fact, he was suffering. They wanted to do those follow-up appointments. They never happened. This occurred in March of 2003. A lot happened in March of 2003 in that it was the last time several individuals ever saw Christian. Doctors never saw him again. And let's talk about somebody else, very important. Let's talk a little bit about Theda Person, Christian's mother. She had visitations with Christian that was facilitated through an agency called Heritage House. And these occurred on the weekends. She would get him for several hours. On March 22nd of 2003, she went to Heritage House to have one of these visitations occur, and she will say Christian just didn't look right. He looked tired, lethargic. He just didn't seem right. He wasn't his usual bubbly self when he saw his mom. And so, Theda took some photos of him, and she took him to the hospital because she was afraid he was entering into one of those hyperammonemic states where the ammonia levels were starting to rise. So she's at the hospital. Christian's being seen by doctors, and her visitation time period ends. So Theda will tell you that she leaned in and gave Christian a kiss, said goodbye, without ever knowing that would be the last time she ever saw her little boy. March 22nd of 2003. We talked earlier about those life-sustaining medications that Christian's supposed to be receiving. You'll hear from someone who works at the Children's Hospital Pharmacy. You'll see those records. His medications were supposed to be supplied every 30 days. 30-day supply of these life-sustaining medications. They weren't filled every 30 days. You'll see that on several of them, it was 60 days, 70 days, 80 days. Some of them weren't filled for over 120 plus days. So we talked about how Theda didn't see Christian after March 22nd of that year. Dawan Ferguson did not bring Christian Ferguson to the next visit, or the next one, or the next one, or the ones after that. So Theda filed a motion in family court in St. Louis City to get these visitations to resume. It was scheduled to go to court on June 9th of 2003. June 9th. You will hear from Sharon Williams, Theda's sister. She will tell you that around Memorial Day, she had an interaction with the defendant. So she kind of acted as a go-between between the two. And on this day, at the end of May, she says that the defendant went to her house and was saying things to her like, "Can't you get Theda to drop this? Why do we need to go to court? Can't she just wait till the kids are older?" Things like that. But what she also remembers the defendant saying to her at the end of May is, "Theda will get those kids over my dead body." So let's jump forward to June 9th. That status conference took place, and the defendant was ordered to resume those visitations immediately or risk being held in contempt. 2 days later, on June 11th, is when Dawan Ferguson reported that his son Christian was the victim of this alleged carjacking. So let's talk a little bit about the events of June 11th, 2003. We talked earlier about how police, law enforcement, several agencies all got involved in an effort to look for Christian. It was broadcast over the news. Everyone was worried about a poor disabled little boy missing. I said earlier how the defendant drives right down here is the intersection of Page and Skinker. Right here is where the defendant lives. So from here to here. When the police respond to that intersection at Page and Skinker, the defendant tells them about how his son had been up all night vomiting and he was going to take him to the hospital, but he stopped to use a payphone along the way to call ahead. He reported that his expedition was last seen around 6:07 driving east into St. Louis City. I want to direct your attention to where the SUV was recovered. Up here, the top of that map, on a little dead-end street called Ronbar Lane. The expedition was found around 7:50 in the morning, a little less than 2 hours after he made that 911 call. It was found by law enforcement. But you will hear from the residents of that street, they saw that car there in the 5 o'clock hour, around 5 a.m. to 5:15 a.m., about an hour before the defendant made that 911 call. They already saw the expedition there. You'll see what this street looks like. You'll hear from these witnesses. For example, one of them, she will tell you that her boyfriend got up to go to work in the morning. He had to leave around 5 o'clock in the morning. Her bed goes straight up against her window. He leaves, and then she gets back into bed, and she sees headlights coming down. She thinks maybe he forgot something. Looks out. It's the defendant's car. You'll hear from the house that it was parked in front of. He saw it there before 6:07 as well. So as the defendant is claiming his car is being taken at 6:07 a.m., it's already been seen by 2 individuals on the street where it was abandoned. There's another address on that map. Right here. Half a mile from Ronbar Lane is a little street called Disco Drive. And the defendant and his wife, Monica, had a friend that lived on Disco Drive. And she drove a tan Chevy Malibu. And she will come in and she will tell you that several people had keys to her car, would borrow it, use it, one of them being the defendant. So half a mile from Ronbar Lane, where the expedition was left, is where Lakeisha Mays lives with her tan Chevy Malibu. That Malibu is seen at the intersection of Page and Skinker, parked right around the corner from that payphone where the defendant made that 911 call. Let's talk a little bit about what you will hear in relation to what was occurring in the Ferguson household in the months leading up to, and specifically the night of the disappearance. You will hear from Lynn Ferguson, Christian's sister. She will tell you about what was going on in that house, how Christian wasn't being fed, he wasn't being bathed, he wasn't being cared for. She will tell you that when she was 8 years old, she would try to give him food. She would try to bathe him because no one else was. I may have forgot to mention this earlier, but we talked a lot about how March was important. The funding for the Medicaid, for the at-home nurses, ended in March of 2003. So from March of 2003 until June, no one was in that home caring for Christian. He wasn't being seen by doctors either. He wasn't being seen by his mother. He wasn't being shown to anyone. But Lynn Ferguson was living in that home. She saw Christian. She will say that he was getting skinnier and skinnier. And you could see the ribs on his body and his bones. I expect she might say that he looked like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. On the night of June 10th, on the day of June 10th, Lynn notices that Christian's feeding tube is not in his stomach. And she saw a little bit of blood. She tells Monica that Christian's feeding tube is not in him. Monica doesn't care. And that night, Lynn was in her room. She shared with Christian. Christian is moaning loudly. She remembers seeing his eyes rolling into the back of his head and seeing the whites of his eyes. She remembers pretending to be asleep when the defendant walks into that bedroom, picks up Christian, and takes Christian into the TV room. She hears Christian moaning. She hears what she describes as a struggle, but she doesn't see it, but she hears it. And then she hears the moaning stop. And then she sees Dawan Ferguson carry a quiet Christian and place him back in bed. And then a short while later, he comes back in the room again, wraps him entirely in a blanket, and carries him out of the room. Lynn Ferguson never saw her brother again after that. Their stepsister, DeShonda, also lived in the home. She remembers that night too. She remembers getting up in the middle of the night, doesn't know why she's woken up, but gets up in the middle of the night. She expects it's around 3 or 4 in the morning. She goes to the restroom, and as she's leaving the restroom, she sees the defendant exiting from Christian's room, holding Christian, wrapped entirely in a blanket, including his head. She could not see any part of him, but knew it was him based on the size of the child. And she sees the defendant leave. All of that is in the middle of the night on June 10th, 2003. You will hear that after this 911 call was made and Christian was reported missing, there were several organized searches to try to find him. You will hear that the defendant did not participate in any of them. You will hear from members of the St. Louis City Police Department their extensive efforts in this case, how they called in assistance from the FBI. You will hear from members of the FBI that will testify here as well to their investigative work, the interviews they conducted, the evidence they seized. You will hear from Dr. Dorothy Grange, the geneticist here, Christian's geneticist, who will say that without immediate emergency hospital intervention, Christian Ferguson could not have survived, and that he would have died within 48 hours of that reported disappearance. You will also hear from some other individuals that had conversations with the defendant. You will hear about a woman by the name of Ruth Todd, who knew the defendant and had at one point had a relationship with him. She calls the defendant, talks to the defendant, and asks about Christian. Said, "What happened?" And he tells her, "I did what I had to do." And when she asks, "What does that mean?" he just stares at her. You will hear from Lakeisha Mays, the individual whose Malibu he used. She called the defendant and asked, "Why'd you take my car?" And he says, "You don't need to talk to the police." And you will hear from a woman whose name is Santana Contreras. She worked with Monica, the defendant's then wife, at a store called The Avenue. She will tell you that she became friends with Monica and eventually went out with Monica and Dawan Ferguson, and that they had approached her about becoming involved in a three-way type relationship with them. And Monica eventually tells her a little bit about Christian. And then Dawan starts talking to her about Christian. And Dawan Ferguson tells Miss Contreras things like, "That boy was dead before I ever reported him missing. The police would be ridiculous to believe a story like that. We weren't giving him his medication." He talks about his ex-wife, Theda, and how much he hated her. And he said that the police are never going to find that body. Over the next several days, you are going to hear a lot of evidence. You will hear from witnesses. You will hear from police officers, detectives, FBI agents, forensic interviewers, doctors, nurses. It's going to be a lot. Please stay focused and keep your eye on the ball. Don't get distracted by things that aren't important. Focus on the evidence, like we talked about in jury, the things the witnesses say, the physical pieces of evidence, stuff like that. It's going to be a lot, and we're asking a lot of you, but please stay focused. The defendant is charged in this case with murder in the first degree for knowingly causing the death of Christian Ferguson after deliberation. And he is also charged in the alternative with child abuse resulting in death by failing to provide Christian Ferguson with the necessary medication and nutrition that ultimately resulted in his death. And at the close of all of the evidence, I will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murder. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Steele, does the defendant wish to make an open statement at this time?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may proceed when you're ready.
Good morning.
Hold on one second. John, would you want to grab your, you can hold that out there. Thank you. And you'll take down your easel unless you need it, please. Good job. You can just turn it if you'd like right now, it's fine. Thank you. proceed.
Thank you. Dawan Ferguson did not kill his son. In the early morning of June 11th of 2003, Dawan noticed that Christian was sick. And as you have heard, Christian has a rare genetic disorder that makes it difficult to control the ammonia levels in his body, and that would make him sick. So when Christian got sick, Dawan did what he normally did, which was to take Christian to the hospital. So he wrapped Christian up in a blanket because he was just in a t-shirt and a diaper at the time. On the way to the hospital, Dawan realized he should have called ahead. He typically called ahead when he would take Christian to the hospital so the hospital staff could get the room ready for Christian's arrival. They had special procedures and certain staff members that they would use in the ER for a child with this disease, and it usually made it worth a while to give a short phone call that he's coming ahead of time. Although Dawan had a cell phone, his cell phone was out of minutes, which is why the night before, he was using his friend's cell phone, Ozell Scott, and he used the phone to call Monica that night before. When he realized his phone was out of minutes, that's when he stopped at the payphone on Skinker and made the short call to the hospital. While at the payphone, Dawan left his car running, and he realized his car was being stolen as it sped away. Dawan immediately got off the phone with the hospital and called 911 to report the car stolen, and that his disabled son was inside of that vehicle. He then called his friends and family to let them know what had happened. Now, him and his wife, they did have keys to their friend Lakeisha May's car. So someone brought that car to where he could get a ride when he was done riding around with the police while they went to search for Christian. Meanwhile, the actual person that took this vehicle abandoned it on a street called Ron Bar in Ferguson. You will hear that sometimes when thieves steal cars and they don't realize there's a child inside, and when they do realize it, they dump the car, usually a couple of blocks from where they stole it from. However, Christian was not your typical child. He was laying down in the back seat, he was sick, he was nonverbal, and he was quiet. So the thief wouldn't have realized that Christian was in the vehicle until it traveled several miles.
You may. Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. At the time that Christian went missing, Dawan was involved in family court with his ex-wife, Theda. They were always in and out of family court for various disputes between each other over the children. Theda hates Dawan, and she's always had it out for him. Even before Christian went missing, she made police reports about him.
Your Honor, objection.
The evidence.
Oh, hold on a second. I haven't ruled on the objection. Come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take a stretch break at this minute. You may continue. Thank you. That's fine.
At the time that Christian went missing, Dawan was involved in family court with his ex-wife, Theda. They were always in and out of family court for various disputes between each other over the children. Theda hates Dawan and has always had it out for him. Even before Christian went missing, she made police reports, and you will hear evidence about a police report she made on March 22nd of 2003. Theda and Dawan had another child, Connor, now known as Lynn, who is apparently going to come in and testify that she witnessed Dawan hurt Christian in another room. But you will see evidence and hear evidence showing that then Connor was interviewed repeatedly by the police, by FBI, by a CAC interviewer, by his mother Theda, and by an attorney back in the years following Christian's disappearance. And every single time, he told those interviewers that nothing happened. Connor says that Dawan picked up Christian, possibly fed him in another room, brought him back to the bed to sleep, and then eventually took him outside to the car. Nothing about any struggling or choking noises in another room. It's only when Lynn becomes close to her mother, Theda, that the story changes. Another witness under the influence of Theda that you'll hear from.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
That'll be sustained. That'll be stricken from the record. Jury, please disregard that portion of the opening statement. You may continue.
Is a woman who calls herself Santana Contreras. This is a person who claims that Dawan confessed murder to her about 18 years ago. She says that she told her store manager at the Avenue, Sonia, as well as Avenue Corporate about this confession, but she never told police or prosecutors about it until 2019. And that's when she saw Dawan had been charged with this case. She then talked to Theda, and she then tells the story to the prosecutor's office about how her acquaintance with Dawan and her acquaintance with Monica, whom she hardly knew, confessed to murdering Christian. This confession never happened. And Monica will tell you this confession never happened. The state is also going to present some evidence in regard to how Christian looked and smelled. This disease increased the ammonia in his system. So he would smell like urine. It is true that he was incontinent, and he would often have accidents. That's why he wore diapers. It is true he would lose his appetite, and it was hard to get him to eat. And that he would lose weight because of that. And the evidence will also show that sometimes he would eat anything because he also had a disorder called pica. None of that, though, will prove that anyone was neglecting him. It simply proves that the condition that he had was sometimes difficult to control. The nurses who worked with Christian and the doctors who worked with him as well will tell you that Dawan was a loving, caring father who was responsive when the nurses...
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to invading the province of the jury. This was also subject to a motion in limine.
Yeah, the court will sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard the last statement from defendant's counsel and be stricken from the record. You may continue.
Thank you. All of the staff surrounding Christian were mandated reporters, meaning they're legally required to report abuse or neglect if they see it. But none of them reported abuse or neglect because Dawan was not abusing or
Your Honor,
neglecting
objection
children.
again.
That'll be sustained. That is argument. Ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the last portion of the statement. Will be stricken from the record. You may continue.
Thank you. The state has a lot of innuendos, rumors, suggestions, and theories, but they don't actually have evidence of murder. So when this trial is over, I will ask that you find Dawan Ferguson not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Schlesinger, the state's case, and counsel, do you wish to invoke the rule of sequestration? Any witnesses, or I presume? All right, so the court will invoke the rule of sequestration. So anyone who believes they may be a witness in this case, you will need to step out at this time, and then when you come in to testify, you'll be called in, and after that, you're free to stay. I don't believe there are any witnesses here, but I just wanted to make sure. All right, Ms. Schlesinger, with the state's case, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Theda Person to the stand.
All right, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, feel free to take a stretch break if you'd like. No one's taking me up on the stretch break. Striking out with me. Morning, ma'am. You just come right straight to right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got. Thank you. I'm going to take a seat in the witness chair and make yourself comfortable. Would you spell your name for the recorder, please?
Theda, T as in Tom, H as in Henry, E as in Edward, D as in Dynamite, A as in Apple. Middle name?
Thank you. Your last name's Person.
Person at this time, P as in Paul, E as in Edward, R as in Rose, S as in Sam, O as in Oscar, N as in Nancy.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Schlesinger, you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Greetings, I'm Theda Person. I'm the mother of Christian Ferguson.
Thank you, Theda, for being here today.
Hold on one second, Ms. Person. You might want to move that microphone a little closer. You can push it in closer.
Greetings.
But I have to warn you, if you get too close, it pops.
Thank you.
We only have the best equipment.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You may proceed.
Thank you. Hi, Theda. You said earlier that you're the mother of Christian Ferguson.
Yes.
And do you have any other children?
Yes, I do.
And what are their names?
I have one child that never made it, but
How she refers to herself
thank
now.
you, Lynn Ferguson.
And was Lynn formally identified as Connor Ferguson?
That is correct.
Okay. So you have just the two children then?
Yes.
Okay. And the one that you mentioned earlier that didn't make it, are you speaking about Christian Ferguson?
No.
Oh, I apologize. All right, Miss Person, let's talk a little bit about Christian, okay?
Yes.
Did Christian suffer from any sort of disease or disorders?
He was born with a rare metabolic disorder called citrullinemia.
Can you please explain to the jury a little bit about what citrullinemia means?
Citrullinemia is a metabolic disorder, so he was born with the inability to make arginine, so we would have to give him something called L-arginine. So there's like this process that the body goes through, the urea cycle. And so if one enzyme is there and the other one, if the one is lacking, like arginine, then citrulline will go out of control, which could cause a hyperammonemic crisis.
When you say the word hyperammonemic crisis, can you explain what that means to the jury as you understand it?
That means hyper meaning high, ammonia, so it's hyperammonemic, and it's a crisis because it's a critical situation.
Were you instructed by doctors or nurses or somebody as to what a hyperammonemic crisis would mean
Yes.
to Christian? All right, can you explain on?
Well, basically, you would have to know your child, and your child will display signs, you know. So Christian One time he would, well, a couple of times, he would just like repeat himself. Like he may just say the same thing over and over like a recorder. And if you know your child does not typically do that, then you know that that's not proper, or that's not right, or that's different. So he would have glassy eyes, look very lethargic, just not himself. I saw him.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Just go ahead and ask your next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. So these are all signs and symptoms that you knew to kind of keep an eye out for. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Hold on a second. Well, it is a leading question. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your
Reese, phrase your question, please.
Did doctors tell you to look out for anything?
Yes.
Were those types of symptoms, or can you expand on that a little bit?
Definitely. What you would do is just follow the protocols, because you want to do what's in the best interest of your child or children. So whenever you would see it, you would have to act immediately, because it's life or death.
And this information, these warnings, they were conveyed to you by doctors or somebody else?
Well, it was reinforced by like the dietitian possibly, or anyone that worked with the geneticist or the main doctor.
And were these warnings instructed to both you and the defendant, Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
I asked you earlier about your children, specifically Christian Ferguson. Who is the father of Christian Ferguson?
Dawan Tyrell Ferguson.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit. He's wearing his glasses. He's clean cut for the most part.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant, Dawan Ferguson.
The record will so reflect.
When Christian was 9 years old, was the defendant over the age of 18?
Can you repeat your question?
When Christian was 9 years old, was the defendant over the age of 18?
Yes, the defendant was.
We talked about citrullinemia and what it meant for Christian. Generally, before 2001, could Christian walk?
Yes.
Could Christian talk?
Yes.
Did Christian appear like a regular child?
Yes.
Could Christian eat foods by mouth?
Yes.
Let's talk about January 16th of 2001. Did anything happen to Christian on that date?
Yes.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did Christian's physical appearance and capabilities change after that time period?
Objection leading.
It's not leading, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. That'll be overruled. You may just want to ask again. Witness may not have heard the question.
Did Christian's abilities or capabilities or his appearance change after that?
Definitely.
Can you describe kind of the changes that Christian suffered as a result of that?
He was no longer able to speak. He was back in diapers. He was profoundly mentally changed. He couldn't walk, couldn't talk. It just profoundly mentally challenged. He was never the same. He could never sing the things that he typically would do. He could not do that, but I was able to help him to walk again.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may do so.
Thank you. This person, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Did you provide a home video of Christian walking in your living room?
Yes.
And is that contained here on State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And you took that video?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that video?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 1 shall be admitted in evidence.
Ms. Person, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Can you tell the jury what you're looking at in State's Exhibit 2?
Picture of my beautiful child, my angel, Christian Ferguson.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how Christian Ferguson appeared at that time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 2.
No objection.
Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 2 shall be admitted in evidence.
Finally, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 3. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 3?
You're looking at both of my children and my little sister's wedding.
So that's a little Christian and a little Connor.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
No.
Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 3 shall be admitted in evidence. And do you wish to publish?
I do, Your
You
Honor.
may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Schlesinger, you're going to play Exhibit 1 first?
I am, Your Honor.
All right.
Showing to the jury now State's Exhibit 1.
Who is that? Turn it around so I can see it. Let me see. He fell up against the couch and couldn't get back up. Stay walking. Don't fall. Especially on my clothes.
Ms. Person, State's Exhibit 1, that video we just watched,
Yes.
was that how Christian Ferguson was before 2001?
On a calm day.
I am now publishing to the jury State's Exhibit 2. Person, is that a photograph of Christian Ferguson?
Yes, it is.
And finally, I'm publishing for the jury State's Exhibit 3. Is that the photograph you described earlier?
Yes.
Christian walking down the aisle?
Yes.
On January 16th of 2001, are you okay? Do you need
Yes.
On January 16th of 2001, did Dawan Ferguson call you to tell you what had happened to Christian?
Can you state the date again?
On January 16th of 2001,
Yes.
did he call and leave you a voicemail?
Yes, he did.
Ms. Schlesinger, would you remove that if you're finished with it, please? Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Showing the witness what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4.
I think you might mean exhibit number
Sorry,
7.
7, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Person, have you seen this disc before?
Yes. Yes.
And on that disc, does it contain that phone message that was left for you by the defendant on January 16th of 2001?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 7 shall be admitted in evidence. And do you wish to publish that?
I do, Your Honor, and I do have prepared a transcript and the corresponding instruction.
All right. If you'd provide me with the instruction, please. And Tim, if you would help pass out the transcripts. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while Tim is handing those to you, I need to read this instruction to you. States Exhibit 7, the audio recording of the voicemail message of the defendant has been admitted into evidence and will now be played for you. A transcript of the audio recording is being provided to you to read as you listen to the audio recording. This transcript is not evidence and is being provided to you to assist you in following the audio recording. You are instructed, however, that the audio recording and not the transcript is the evidence. Should there be any discrepancies between the audio recording and the transcript, you are to be guided by what you hear on the audio recording. All right, thank you, and you may proceed when you are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, years ago, we'd have one of those signs that you see on TV saying technical difficulties, had the test pattern on it. I'd offer you a stretch break, but no takers? Still? Okay. You might want to freeze that for a second. Is that playing through the, so you can turn the sound up on the television? Sorry, everybody. Tim, if you would please help collect up the transcripts, please. Thank you. And Tim, would you bring one of those to me, please? All right, you may continue.
Sorry, everybody. Nothing ever goes smoothly. All right. Ms. Person, that was the voicemail that you received from the defendant on January 16th of 2001?
Yes.
Okay. And I know it was difficult to hear on that recording, but he talks about how he brought him in later in the morning and stuff.
Yes.
And I believe he called you around 12:42.
Around that time.
Ms. Person, let's jump ahead to March of 2003. Okay?
Yes.
Did you have scheduled visitations with Christian and then Connor?
Yes.
Where did those visitations take place?
Mostly at, well, it was through the Heritage House
Okay. And where was the Heritage House at?
in South St. Louis City.
And what day would you see Christian and Connor?
The first, third, and fourth Saturday of the month for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Did you have one of these visitations on March 22nd of 2003?
Yes.
Can you describe how Christian appeared to you when you saw him at the beginning of that visit?
He didn't look himself. He didn't seem healthy. He had made me feel like he could be going into a crisis or experiencing a crisis.
And can you specify as to what you observed that made you feel like he was at risk of going into one of those hyperammonemic crises?
He looked lethargic. He was like bumping into things. He wasn't presentable, but he had clothes on, so.
Now, you said he was bumping into things. Could Christian walk again at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Was he able to walk the same way that he would walk pre-2001?
No.
But he was able to move on his own 2 feet?
Yes.
But you noticed a difference between this March 22nd date and how he appeared at other times?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Showing the witness what I've marked as State's Exhibit 5. This person, can you please look at State's Exhibit 5?
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
Christian at my home.
And was this on March 22nd of 2003?
Yes.
And did you take that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 5 shall be admitted in evidence, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Person, can you still see the photograph if I stand here?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so we're looking at State's Exhibit 5, which is a photograph of Christian Ferguson on March 22nd of 2003. Did he appear skinnier than you had seen him previously?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what he's doing with his hand?
He's like clenching it.
And was there anything unusual about his hands or his movements that day?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
He was pretty drawn up, and it's a sign that I've seen before, like when he's having a crisis, like he'll kind of draw up in a way that he typically does not do when he's feeling good.
Did you take Christian to the hospital that day?
Yes, I did.
And was it because of those concerns you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Person, at some point while you were at the hospital, did the scheduled time of your visitation end?
Yes.
Can you describe how that visit ended with Christian Ferguson?
I had to turn over custody to the father, and so when he came in, I left out, and that was the last time I saw Christian.
Were you able to say goodbye or give him a kiss?
Yes, yes. But I was able to, but I just didn't. I didn't feel good about saying goodbye because I thought that was the last time I get a chance to see him.
Did you ever get to see Christian after that day?
No.
Did Christian go to any of the visitations afterwards?
No.
Dawan Ferguson did not produce Christian to you?
Objection leading.
It's not leading, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, state the question again.
Did Dawan Ferguson produce Christian to you?
Yeah,
No.
It's overruled. You may answer, ma'am.
No.
Did you file a motion in St. Louis City Family Court to try to resume those visitations?
Yes.
And was that because Dawan Ferguson had missed all of those appointments?
Correct.
And did you go to court on June 9th of 2003?
Yes.
And was it your understanding from that court appearance that the visitations were to resume immediately?
Yes.
And that was on June 9th?
Yes.
Ms. Person, I want to direct your attention now to June 11th of 2003. Can you explain to the jury how you were notified that Christian had been reported as missing?
My ex-husband, Christian's stepfather, Victor Thomas, came to my job and told them that he needed to speak with me, and that they brought me up front, and that's when he told me.
After you learned Christian was missing, did you participate or organize any search parties?
Yes.
Were there several search parties?
A lot. Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, did Dawan Ferguson ever participate in any of those search parties?
Objection relevant.
That'll be overruled. You may, I think she already answered the question, so you may continue.
I didn't hear your answer.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Good morning.
Greetings.
So at one time, you and Dawan were married, correct?
No.
You had a marriage ceremony on February 14th of 1994.
Your Honor, objection as to relevance.
What is relevance?
Judge, it goes to the relationship between the witness and the defendant.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection as to relevance. You may ask your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You told your family and friends that you were married.
Objection again, relevance and hearsay.
That's what she told.
Hold on a second. Direct it to me, please.
I'm sorry.
All right, so number one, it's not hearsay. It's something she would say she told someone. But what is the relevance of this?
Judge, it can go to bias, it goes to motive, and it shows the relationship between the witness and the defendant.
Well, I think she's already answered they weren't married. And if you want to ask, did you have some sort of ceremony, maybe she can explain what that ceremony was. I'll allow that. So why don't you ask that question?
Years later, you realized there had been a problem with the paperwork with a marriage license. Is that correct?
Can you restate your question?
Years later, you realized there was a problem with the paperwork regarding the marriage license between yourself and Dawan, correct?
I always had questions about that process.
That's why you believe the marriage was not legitimate.
I know it was not.
You and Dawan broke up in 1997?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to renew my objection for relevance. We discussed this pre-trial.
Why don't you all approach? All right, ladies and gentlemen, probably the second best part of the day, first being lunch, is we're going to take a break real fast, okay? So the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others, or permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Do not do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means, and remember, please do not read, view, or listen to any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. And I say this to you, but I'm sure you've already done it. You've disabled your alerts on your phones as to any news. Thank you for that. And we'll get you back out in about 10 minutes or so, okay? Thank you. Oh, and leave your notebooks on the chair. All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume, pick up where we left off. Ms. Steele, you had some questions for Ms. Person. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Pearson, you and Dawan broke up sometime in 1997, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Steele, could you maybe pull the microphone a little closer? I'm having trouble hearing you a little bit. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't have to lean. Make yourself comfortable.
Theda, I want to talk a little bit about your relationship with your daughter, Lynn.
Yes.
And she used to go by Connor at one time, correct?
Correct.
And there have been times when you and Lynn have not had a close relationship.
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
Approach, please. don't you go ahead and, I'm sorry, ask your
That's okay.
question again?
Yes, sir. There have been times when you and Lynn have not had a close relationship. Like there was a period of time where you two weren't talking.
I guess you could say that.
And after Christian went missing, then Connor went to live with Dawan's parents.
Yes.
And then Connor came back to live with you.
Yes.
And then Connor went to foster care until the
Objection,
age
Your
of
Honor.
21.
Hold on a second.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, and I would ask that it be disregarded.
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection, and that the question will be stricken from the record, and ask the jury to please disregard counsel's question. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. That separation between yourself and then Connor was heartbreaking, correct?
I'm trying to be careful with how I'm saying that because it's challenging.
And you blame Dawan for that separation?
No, I
Your
don't.
Honor,
Hold on a second. I'll sustain that objection. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the question, disregard the last, or the answer to the extent it was answered, and it'll be stricken from the record. I thought we were talking about
Yeah.
the relationship.
Yes, sir.
All right. Continue.
Thank you. Right now, you and Lynn have a really good relationship.
Challenging.
Challenging? Okay. And the both of you are united in seeking justice for Christian.
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about some conversations you had with then Connor right after Christian's disappearance, okay?
Okay.
So in 2003, you talked with then Connor several times about what happened the night before Christian went missing.
In 2003.
Yes, ma'am. Like right after.
I talk to my child all the time.
And you audio recorded many of those conversations, correct?
Yes, I do. You said, well, can you repeat your question?
You audio recorded those conversations between yourself and then Connor about the events the night before Christian went missing.
I did.
And you turned those over to the FBI.
I did.
And in some of those recordings, I believe at the time your then fiance or husband, Victor Thomas, is in some of those recordings?
At that time, he was my husband.
Husband? Okay. But he was on the recordings?
He could have been heard in the background or something. I don't know. It depends.
And the kids were ordered not to be around Victor, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
That'll be sustained, and that question will be stricken from the record. Ladies and gentlemen, please disregard that question. You may continue.
Thank you. You were doing this to collect evidence?
Doing what?
Recording your conversations with then Connor?
I recorded all the time, period. A lot of times. So it's just something that I did.
You were hoping to get evidence to implicate Dawan?
No.
But those recordings actually didn't implicate Dawan,
Your Honor,
correct?
objection.
Yeah, that'll be sustained. Please, ladies and gentlemen, disregard the question. That'll be stricken from the record. Ask your next question, please.
Connor was 9 around the time of Christian's disappearance, correct?
I believe then Connor would have been turning 9 that year.
Turning 9, okay. And in those audio recordings you had with then Connor, you would ask him repeatedly
Your Honor,
about what...
objection as to hearsay. She's only supposed to be laying the foundation, not talking about anything in them.
It's not hearsay.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Don't argue, please. You may state your response.
Judge, it's not hearsay. I'm asking what she did when she was speaking with then Connor on the recording.
Yeah, I agree with counsel. It's not hearsay, and I don't think we're getting into the specific things that were said. You were asking more just generalized questions as to her recollection of the conversation and what Ms. Person said,
That's
correct?
correct, Judge.
All right. So with that, ma'am, you need to restate the question.
Yes, please.
you kept asking him, then Connor, repeatedly about what happened the day that Christian went missing.
I don't understand your kept asking what you mean
When you were speaking with then Connor in your conversations, you were asking him about what happened the day that Christian went missing.
I did ask.
Okay. And you had several conversations that you recorded with then Connor asking about what happened on the day Christian went missing.
I did ask.
So you had several conversations asking about the same thing, what happened on the day Christian went missing.
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 4. Can you take a look at these for me, please?
You want me to take it out?
If you want you to read them, you can. I can take them out. Well, you can read that one.
Oh, I can figure that one out. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. You take a look at that, and can you tell me, do you recognize these audio
I do.
recordings? Okay. And these are 4 separate audio recordings that you did with then Connor back in 2003, correct?
Correct.
And you've had a chance to listen to these recordings, I believe, at one time with the state, is that correct?
Correct.
And these are a fair and accurate representation of those conversations with you and then Connor.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Judge, I move to admit Defendant's Exhibits 1 through 4 into evidence at this time.
Your Honor, I would object to their admission into evidence at this time.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection at this time. We'll deal with them later at another purpose, okay? But that's exhibits 1 through 4?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Now, before Christian had the coma, he was able to eat and drink and take his medication by mouth, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't have the G tube before the coma.
Correct.
And even after the G tube was placed, he was able to eat by mouth sometimes.
Very little.
And it was your understanding that if Christian did not receive his medications within 24 hours, he could go into a coma and die?
24, 48 hours.
Okay. So you could stretch it to 48 hours before?
I wouldn't, but I'm just saying that I heard that once.
So you're saying?
24 hours.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that sometimes you thought you can't stretch it to 48 hours?
I was told that 24 hours was the time, but it just depends on, like sometimes you eat in the middle of the day, so that's how I'll just leave it like that. So
24
usually when
to
I
48
said
hours?
yes.
Okay. And he had some challenges in gaining height because of this diet, correct?
It's a little more to that, but yes.
And he couldn't eat like everybody else?
When?
After the coma.
Correct.
And his disease led to challenges for him maintaining his weight.
Yes.
And after the coma, you were aware that Christian had a disorder called pica?
I was not aware.
You weren't aware that he put things in his mouth that weren't food?
I was aware. Initially, I was not aware.
Okay. But you knew that he would put items in his mouth other than food?
Yes.
Now, there's a period of time when Dawan had custody of both of the children and you refused your visitation.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance. Now I'd request permission to approach.
Please do.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Judge.
just to be clear, going forward, objection sustained, the answer stands, right? Proceed.
Okay. In February of 2003, your sister, Sharon Williams, came to you about,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. May we approach?
I haven't, it's not hearsay, but okay.
All right, let's approach again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the best part of your day. It is lunchtime. And the attorneys and I will have a chance to talk, and you can go enjoy your lunch, okay? So before you go, one more time, I must tell you, until you consider to be retired to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. Don't form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally given to you to decide. Don't do any research or investigation on your own about any matter, anyone involved with this case or trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means. Do not review or listen to any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet or television report of the trial. Now, during your lunch, if you go out to lunch, make sure you leave a juror badge on. This is a case that potentially people could be talking about at the restaurant or something. You just want to avoid any problems with that. And like I say, stay away from all those news sites. You can instead read about how the Cardinals blew the game yesterday, okay? All right. Thank you. It is now 11:47. Why don't you all come back at 12:55, and we'll try to start at 1 o'clock. Okay? Thank you. All right, thank you. You may be seated. This person, why don't you come back up? Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay there. I had to tend to another matter, so I apologize. We're going to pick up where we left off. Ms. Person returned to the stand, and Ms. Steele. Just let them know, will you please? All right, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. So Ms. Person, we're going to resume your cross-examination in a minute, okay, ma'am?
Yes.
And Ms. Steele has some more questions for you. All right, so you may resume with your questions.
Thank you, Judge. Let's see here. Theda, I want to talk a bit about the last visit that you had with Christian, okay?
Yes.
And that was March 22nd of 2003.
Yes.
And I believe you testified your visits are about 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. And as soon as you received Christian and then Connor at the visitation, you took them home. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
And then you took them to the police station?
No.
You didn't take them to St. John's Police Station?
No.
So is your testimony today that you did not take Connor to the police station on March 22nd, 2003?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. It's on page 179.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Person, let me say. You remember coming and sitting with a deposition with me, I want to say it was this month, June 8th of 2022?
I believe that was the day.
Okay. And we were at the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
And you were sworn under oath
Yes.
to tell the truth? Okay. And may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm going to show you page 179 of the deposition. Take a look at that. See if that will refresh your recollection.
Where do you want me to start?
Right here in lot 6. Just read it for yourself.
Okay, I see that. So you want me to say something? or
No,
what?
no. Did that help refresh your recollection?
I mean, I heard your question and I'm reading this. I mean, yeah, I remember these words, but
Okay.
let me see. Okay, and then you asked the question. So all I need to read is just from 6 to 14? Okay.
Okay. Did that refresh your recollection?
My answer remains the same.
So I asked you, and you remember the pictures we talked about that you took of Christian back in March of 2003, and you said the last day that I saw him, and I said, yes, ma'am. And you said yes. And I said, those pictures. You made a police report with St. John Police Station, is that right? And you said, that sounds familiar.
So that sounds familiar, but I don't remember that happening. I remember the question during the deposition.
And you had Connor talk to the police
When?
when you took him to the police station, March 22nd of 2003.
That does not sound familiar. I don't remember that.
And the police did not arrest Dawan.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Basis for your objection?
Invading the province of the jury.
Well, I don't know about that objection, but I'm going to say that the witness has indicated that she doesn't recall that event. The jury will, take that answer as it is. I think to keep asking her questions about what took place at something she doesn't recall is kind of pointless, so we'll just move along.
After the police station, you took Christian to the hospital, correct?
Well, Ms. Steele, hold on a second. Ms. Steele, you just did the same thing.
You took Christian
Hold on a second, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
She specifically said she has no recollection or doesn't sound familiar, whatever she said about the police station. So please don't preface your question with, after you went to the police station, the witness doesn't recall that. I understand what her testimony was at her deposition. The jury will recall that answer in her deposition, and it will determine what they believe the facts are. So if you could move along without making assumptions in your questions, please.
Okay, Judge. You took Christian to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Because you were worried about his condition,
Correct.
and his ammonia levels were low.
I don't remember what the result of at that time.
But he was discharged that same day.
I wouldn't know that.
So on that visitation, when you're supposed to be spending time with your children, you take them to a hospital instead.
I do what's in the best interest of my children.
And you wondered why Dawan didn't want to continue the visitation?
Your Honor, objection, argumentative, and move to strike.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection. Ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the statement of counsel, and it'll be stricken from the record. And Ms. Steele, please don't make statements like that, please. Thank you.
Sir. So on June 9th of 2003, that you went to go see then Connor at school.
Yes.
And that was 2 days before Christian's disappearance.
Yes.
And that was the same day as the court hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you went up to then Connor school and gave him $2?
That sounds familiar, but I did go to the school.
Okay. And that was not an official supervised visit, correct?
Can you restate your question?
That was not an official supervised visit.
Correct.
Now, speaking about the hearing on June 9th of 2003, that was an informal status hearing, is that right?
Can you repeat your question?
The hearing on June 9th of 2003, that was an informal status hearing, correct?
I'm not sure.
And to be fair, you and Dawan would go to court frequently.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection that we talked about earlier with regard to the custody battle.
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection. Ask your next question, please.
Yeah. So on June 9th of 2003, you appeared in court, correct?
Yes.
And Dawan appeared in court.
Yes.
And it was just for visitations to resume, correct?
Everything that was part of that motion.
No modifications occurred, correct?
I don't remember.
There were no changes to the custody status.
Your Honor, I'm
That's
going to
it.
renew my objection.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that objection. I think you're asking questions that are legal questions of this witness. She doesn't know the procedures of family court.
But she was present at the hearing.
Well, but I'm confused. Well, come up to the side, please. 1 second. All right, so the court has sustained the objection, but you may ask your next question, please.
Thank you, Judge. So at the June 9th, 2003 hearing, no new orders were issued on that day, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know who Santana Contreras, aka Cherie Holder, is?
Yes,
And October 2019, you were contacted by Santana Contreras, aka Cherie Holder. Is that correct?
yes,
And after you were contacted by her on Facebook, you spoke with her on the phone. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure I did.
And after you spoke with Santana, you reached out to Ron Goldstein, the investigator at Wesley Bell's office.
Correct.
Okay. And you told Ron that you had a witness named Santana Contreras.
Not in those words.
Okay. But you told him about Santana.
Yes, I did.
And based on your relationship with Dawan, before you had talked to Santana in October of 2019, you knew Dawan had a stepfather named John Steffens, correct?
Correct.
And you had knew of John Steffens' wealth and that he worked in construction?
Correct.
And you also knew that before Dawan became a bounty hunter, he worked for his stepfather?
I've never seen employment papers, so I don't know if he did or not.
But you knew he was a bounty hunter?
I don't know that either legally.
Okay. And when Christian went missing, you spoke with several police officers, is that correct?
When he went missing. Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Yes. When Christian went missing back in June of 2003, you spoke with several law enforcement officers, is that correct?
I'm sure I did.
Yeah. And when you spoke with them, you told them a theory that you had about Christian being missing.
Probably.
And the theory was that Dawan hid the body in a construction site.
That was possible.
And you told this theory to Detective Harry Howell from St. Louis City Police. Remember that?
I'm not sure who I told it to.
And they looked into it and didn't find anything. Is that correct?
I don't know where my child is.
So after you talked to you also had a theory that Christian was so skinny his bones could be seen.
I didn't have a theory.
Okay. And you talked to Connor at length about this in your audio interviews, correct?
That is not correct.
So your testimony here today is that you did not talk about Christian being skinny with Connor in those interviews?
Can you restate your question?
Okay. You had a theory that Christian was so skinny his bones could be seen.
Incorrect. That is not my theory.
And you talked to then Connor about Christian being skinny in those interviews back in 2003.
That what you said that I said is not what I said.
And when you had spoke with Santana on the phone, you told her about those theories in your phone conversation.
I don't remember.
Now, in honor of Christian, you've created a nonprofit organization, right?
Correct.
And you've led several marches,
A few.
fundraisers,
A few.
spoken at engagements in regards
Yes.
to this. To raise awareness as to Christian's disappearance.
Yes.
Okay. And because of that, I'm sure you received hundreds of tips, calls, and messages in regards to Christian.
Not that many, really.
No. But the tips that you would get didn't really pan out. Is that right?
Correct.
And then in October of 2019, as I stated, you got the Facebook message from Santana Contreras, correct?
Correct.
And she had information about Christian's disappearance.
She had things to, I guess you could say it like that.
And you, like you said, you talked to her on the phone. You talked to her on the phone?
Yeah, that's a question. Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm sure I did anyway.
Right. And she tells you what you wanted to hear all these years.
Objection, argumentative.
Hold on a second. That'll be sustained. Restate your question, please.
When you're speaking on the phone with Santana Contreras, she gives you information that you have been wanting to hear for so long in regards to Christian's disappearance.
I would not say that.
So this was not a memorable phone call for you at all.
I hold things loosely because a lot of things don't pan out, like you said. So when people give me that information, I just pass it along.
Judge, I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Schlesinger, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Witness may step down.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, ma'am, you may step down.
Thank you.
And you're free to stay in the courtroom now. Thank you. All right, state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Tredell Day Overby.
All right. Good afternoon, welcome. You can just raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Go ahead and take a seat here, make yourself comfortable. And once you get comfortable, would you be able to spell any of your name to the reporter, please?
It's Tredell, Trdell, Overby, Overby.
Thank you. And then you might want to pull the microphone a little closer to you, and let's go right about there. Thank you.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Tredell Overby, and I'm a licensed practical nurse.
How long have you been a nurse?
30 years now.
Can you briefly tell the jury the training experience you have to be a nurse?
I have the training experience to work in nursing homes, hospitals, private duty, doing trachs, G-tubes, ventilators, suctioning, urinary catheters, G-tubes, G-buttons, GJ tubes, suction machines, everything, whatever you name, just about I can do it.
And you still work as a nurse?
Yes, I do. Still in private duty.
And what is private duty?
Private duty is me individually taking care of a one-on-one person in their home.
Okay. Oftentimes, I've been referring to that as at-home nurses. Is that accurate? Same thing?
Yeah, it's at-home nursing, yes.
Okay. Do you have any training or experience? I know you mentioned it a moment ago, but with regard specifically to G-tubes and G-buttons?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were you employed as a nurse back in 2002?
Yes, I was.
And at any point during that time, did you begin working in the Ferguson household?
Yes, I did.
And who was the patient that you were taking care of?
Christian Ferguson.
All right. How old was Christian Ferguson approximately at that time?
6'7".
Okay.
Very young.
And do you know if Christian suffered from any particular illnesses or diseases that required the at-home nurses?
Yes, he had a G-tube, and he also had a specific diagnosis of only having 10 grams of protein a day.
Okay, so when you would provide him food, would you just have to be mindful of how many grams of protein he'd be able to consume?
Yes, 10 grams of protein a day was possibly one hot dog or a chicken wing. Yes.
And would Christian Ferguson receive any particular nutrition via his G-tube?
Yes, he did. He was on a prescription from his doctor of a milk substance that he had to take through his G-tube to receive the rest of his nutrition so he can stay healthy and alive.
And was that formula, that nutrition, was that low in protein so that he could consume those
Yes.
other items?
Yes, it was.
Could Christian Ferguson still consume food via his mouth?
Only the 10 grams of protein. And anything else you would like to give him, it would be maybe a snack, a children's snack.
And any of those additional snacks, would that also have to be low protein or no protein, basically?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Showing the witness was marked as State's Exhibit 101. Ms. Overby, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a G-tube, similar to the one that Christian had.
Can you explain to the jury kind of what a G-tube is and how it works?
Judge, I would object. I don't believe this witness has been deemed an expert in this.
Your Honor, she indicated that she has training experience specifically in G-tubes and G-buttons in her work as a nurse.
Yes.
I think that she should be able to explain this demonstrative to the jury to help assist them in understanding how it worked and how it applied to Christian Ferguson.
All right, so the objection will be overruled. I don't think she's being presented as a witness, as an expert, but somebody who's more familiar with the process and has had hands-on experience and training. So you may proceed, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. There are two portions. This is the smaller portion of the G-tube, and it actually inserts into the child's stoma, which is an opening in their stomach. And once it is placed, which it has to be done all at the hospital, but once this little section here is placed inside the abdomen, this would be filled with water, and it would go to so many centimeters, and the bulb would actually inflate.
Can everyone see that okay?
And it inflates so it can stay in place so it will not come out. And it can also decrease the same way. And once it's the air or water, mainly it's water that comes out, it can easily come out in and out.
So that balloon fills up
This is
when
balloon.
it's inserted into the body, which prevents it from falling out or pulling out, things like that, correct?
That is correct.
And then is this little portion here, just this part, the part that's
Okay.
is left on the stomach like that?
And that is true. And this section here actually goes into the little button area. And you just place it in and you just turn it, and it's stable. And this is how he received his milk products so he can eat his food.
Now that tube, was that removed and placed back on between every feeding?
Yes,
Okay, so that cord is not hanging from a stomach,
it
correct?
should not be, no.
It's just that little part of the G button?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Is it possible for a G button to be removed or fall out?
It should not fall out. I have never had one to fall out, but I have had one that was removed by the child because it's a foreign substance to them, and sometimes they just like to play with them, and they will pull them, and they will pull it out. And if it is pulled out, it needs to go back in immediately because the stoma starts to close. And if it's closed too much, then you have to take the child back to the hospital so they can get it reinserted.
When you were taking care of Christian, did his G button, was it ever out of his body that you know of?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to reinsert it immediately, or tell the jury a little bit about that?
No, it was after a weekend. I had came to the house on a Monday and it was out, and I don't know how it had gotten taken out, but I tried to reinsert it. You just need some lubricant and it'll possibly go back into the hole, but into the stomach, but I could not put it back in, so Christian had to go to the hospital, which was Christian Hospital at the time, so it could be reinserted by the doctors.
Who took Christian to the hospital?
I did.
Did Dawan Ferguson go with you?
No, he did not want to go.
You indicated that you noticed that his G button was removed when you came back after a weekend, correct?
That is correct.
Did you work a Monday through Friday, or what was your schedule like?
I work Monday through Friday, off on the weekends.
So Saturday and Sunday, Christian was left to be cared for by his father.
Yes.
And at some point over one of those weekends, this G-tube was removed.
Objection, speculation.
I don't believe it's speculation.
No, I don't believe, I think he's recapping the testimony, so overruled.
Thank you.
Continue with your question.
So at some point over that weekend, his G button had been removed.
Yes, it was. It was actually on the floor.
And it had been out for a period of time where it could not reasonably or easily go right back
Be
in.
reinserted. That is correct.
So enough time for that stoma to close. Did I hear you correctly?
That is correct.
Ms. Overby, let's talk a little bit about what you observed in the Ferguson household. Can you describe how Christian would appear to you when you would get there in the mornings?
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me though, but he was always had diapers on him that had been on him for a while, and you can tell because urine used to even be in his shoes.
So the urine would go through his diaper, down his legs, and collect in his
Objection,
shoes?
Hold on a second. I'll sustain that objection.
So you would see Christian, and he would be dirty, as you say.
That is correct, smelling of urine.
What would you do next?
I would take him into their house and give him a bath, put his clothes on, and then I would leave the home
Okay, where would you take Christian?
to my home.
And when you would go back to the house, would Christian be in, would you drop him off in a fresh diaper in a
Yes,
particular
fresh
outfit?
diapers and clean clothing.
So let's say you drop him off at the end of your shift.
Yes.
Would you ever notice anything unusual about when you would find him the next morning?
That sometime he would have on the same clothing and they would still be urinated in.
Would you prepare formula for Christian to receive during your shift and after while you were gone?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury kind of what it took to mix up and make this formula?
Well, he had a certain mixture, which it was on a piece of paper that the way you would have to fix the formula to make it so he would receive his proteins without too much water or even too much of the feeding that he was supposed to receive, the powder he was supposed to receive to be mixed together. And I would have to make that up sometimes. Sometimes it would be some there that was left over, but I would always have to make that.
And would there be times when you would leave a particular amount of that pre-made formula at the residence and it would still be there the next day?
Yes, it would.
Let's talk about Christian's medications. Would you keep an eye on how much were left in the bottles?
Yes, I would.
And would you notice anything unusual about the medication when you would go back the next day?
Yes, it would be at the same amount that let you know that he had not received that medication.
Would this happen over the weekends as well?
Yes, it would.
Did you have to buy Christian food or clothing at any point during your care of him?
I did have to buy Christian food. I did not have to buy clothing because my son was also the same age as Christian. So I would just let him wear my son's clothing.
And why would you let Christian wear your son's clothing?
Objection, relevance.
Goes to the state of the household, the overall neglect, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
Because he never had clean clothing, and I would just let him wear my son's clothing because I wouldn't mind just buying extra. And I would just buy extra just for Christian specifically because I didn't mind doing that. I actually treat him like he was my own son. So I wouldn't let him go out like that.
And you talked earlier about having to buy food for Christian. Why would you have to buy food for Christian?
Because I had no assistance in trying to help him being fed from home.
Did you ever find Christian in a double-wrapped diaper?
Yes.
Can you explain what that means to the jury?
That's just 2 diapers instead of 1 to try to, I guess, hold the urine for the night, or if he's a heavy wetter. Normally people like that are just really heavy wetters, they would put 2 diapers on him, but Christian was just a little boy, so he only needed 1 diaper.
And when you would find him in these double-wrapped diapers, would both of them be soaked with urine?
Yes.
Objection leading.
It's not leading, Your
Hold-
Honor.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on a second, ma'am. Not everybody can talk at the same time. Objection sustained. The answer will be stricken from the record as well as the question. Jury will disregard the answer in the question. You can restate your question.
How would you find these double-wrapped diapers on Christian?
Just 1 on top of the other.
Would they or would they not have urine in them?
Yes, they would.
Both diapers?
Yes, sir.
And would the urine spread to his clothing as well?
Objection, Judge leading.
That is sustained.
If you know, did it go beyond the diapers?
Yes, it did.
And where would it go beyond the diapers?
Down his legs into his shoes, in his room on the floors.
Would it be in his bedding?
Objection leading.
How is that leading, Your
Hold
Honor?
on a second. It is not leading. It's overruled. You can ask your question. Ma'am, you can answer the question. Did you hear the question?
Please repeat the question.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
Was there a smell at all that you remember with his bedroom?
Yes, smelled of urine, and I'm quite sure the door was always closed because when you open the door, that's when the smell will hit you. It was so potent.
And at some point, you were no longer working with the Ferguson household, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Day, you've been licensed as an LPN since 1994, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And disabled children is your specialty?
That is correct.
And you're also a mandated reporter,
That is correct.
which means if you suspect abuse or neglect, you're legally required to report it.
That is correct.
Christian was the first child you worked with who had the rare genetic disorder of citrullemia, correct?
Correct.
And you had to read about that condition before you started working with him?
Correct.
And you helped him with feedings and medications?
Yes.
And Christian was an active and energetic child, is that correct?
No.
No. So your testimony here today is that he was not an active and energetic child?
Christian could take a couple of steps, and then Christian would sit down. He could not stand or move for long periods of time because he was tired.
Do you remember back in February of 2004 speaking with Special Agent Liza Ludovico from the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. And with looking at the report, refresh your recollection of your interview with her?
I don't have to.
So your testimony is that you did not tell Liza Ludovico that Christian was an active, energetic child?
What she meant, what I thought
No,
she
no,
was talking
I-
about.
Hold on a second. Hey, hold on a second, all right?
Yeah.
First of all, she didn't testify anything as to what she said to the agent. She answered your question. So you might want to establish with her that she said something to the agent and question her about that, then, if she agrees she said it, okay?
Okay. So in the report, when your interview with Liza Ludovico, you had told her that Christian was an active, energetic child.
Energetic, going out to place him on a scooter and push him and have him to hold toys in his hands.
So your testimony is you explained that energetic to you meant being on a scooter and doing
Yes,
all of
with
that?
me assisting him.
And you told that to Liza Ludovico?
Yes, he couldn't ride the scooter alone.
I'm saying you told that to Liza Ludovico. That's your testimony here today.
It should have been, yes.
And Christian had pica where he would put non-food in his mouth, correct?
Correct.
And as you had testified, you have seen G buttons come out before.
Yes.
And it's common, if careless, clients can pull it out like babies. If they see something dangling, they pull it.
Common, not all the time. Yes.
And as you stated, there was a time where Christian had pulled it and you took him to the hospital because the stoma had closed.
I'm not sure how it came out. I found it on the floor.
And he came back home. He wasn't admitted into the hospital, correct?
No, because they had to reinsert it back in him.
I'm saying after it was reinserted,
Yes.
he came back home.
Yes.
All right. And you were assigned to Christian in April of 2002. Is
Yes.
that right? And you worked an 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift?
Correct.
And your last day was September 16th of 2002.
To the best of my knowledge.
And during that time working in that household, you never reported anything to Division of Family Services, correct?
I reported it to my agency who I work for.
You never reported it to Division of Family Services is my question.
No.
And you never met Theta when you worked with Christian?
No.
And there was a time when Dawan didn't want you going downstairs of the house.
Correct.
And you understood that to be his bedroom. Is that right?
Correct.
And at no point Dawan ever threatened you, correct?
Not
never-
verbally.
He never verbally
Not
or physically
verbally.
threatened you. And you never called the police, correct?
I just quit.
You never called the police, correct?
No.
And you did not work in that household on the weekends.
Correct.
So you were not present to see what was given to Christian on the weekends or what was not given, correct?
That's correct.
And you spoke with Ron Goldstein from the prosecutor's office in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
And when speaking with him, he showed you your FBI report with Liza Ludovico before you interviewed with him.
He did.
And you remember the deposition that you and I did?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And prior to that, you had talked to prosecutors at least 3 times before the deposition.
Yes. 3 different people.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Ms. Overby.
Hi.
Defense counsel just got up here and asked you about being a mandated reporter and about reporting these instances. Did you remember her asking you about that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you did tell your agency, correct?
Correct.
She also made a point to talk about the defendant never verbally threatened you.
Correct.
Were you afraid of the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why?
Just due to the fact just being intimidated by looks, having conversations where I couldn't receive anything to try to assist him with buying a belt or food. I just was always told no. So what I did was I stepped back from that situation, and due to the fact I have 2 sons of my own, I did not want to provoke him or him trying to find my children because they went to the same school that was in the neighborhood where he lived.
Was there anything about his occupation that caused you concern?
Yes, he's a bounty hunter. Yes.
And did he ever raise his voice or intimidate you?
Objection relevant.
This door has been opened
Hold
by
on a
the
second.
defendant.
No, it's not irrelevant, so it's overruled. You may ask the question. You might want to restate it.
Did he ever raise his voice at you or intimidate you?
No.
When asked about the instances that you observed with Christian, Ms. Steele asked, how you never reported it to DFS. But did you find it concerning enough that you did feel compelled to notify your agency?
Yes.
And in your mind, was that you reporting it?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any recross?
No.
Thank you. Witness may be released. Ms. Schlesinger?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you. May call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Kim Nero Nelson to the stand.
Thank you. Hi, welcome. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got? I thank you. Have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And you're free to take it off or leave it on wherever you're comfortable. Just get when you get comfortable. Settle there. You're spelling of your name to the reporter, please.
Kimberly, Kimberly, Nelson, Nelson.
All right, and if you do me a favor and just sit closer to the microphone. That's good, right there. Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Kimberly Nelson
And how are you employed?
now
Yes.
in Baltimore, Maryland as a substance abuse nurse.
And are you a registered nurse then?
I'm an LPN.
An LPN?
Yes,
And what does that mean?
a licensed practical nurse.
How long have you been an LPN?
I've been an LPN since 1990.
At some point, were you employed as an LPN and worked as an at-home nurse with the Ferguson family?
Yes,
And who was your patient?
Christian Ferguson.
To the best of your memory, did Christian Ferguson suffer from any sort of disease or illness that you were aware of?
Yes.
Can you please describe it briefly to the jury?
He had citrullinemia, which is like a protein deficiency. Well, he couldn't metabolize proteins, and that would consequently make his ammonia build up in his system, and it could cause him to have brain damage, a coma, or lead to death.
Okay. And then because of this illness, were you provided information with regards to dietary restrictions for Christian?
Yes,
And did Christian also receive certain medications?
he did, yes.
Now, as an at-home nurse, is it typically the responsibility of the parent or the nurse to order and refill those prescriptions?
Typically the parent.
In the case of Christian Ferguson, was Dawan Ferguson ordering those prescriptions, or did you have to do it?
I ordered the medications.
I want to direct your attention specifically to March of 2003, February leading into March of 2003. Did you attempt to refill Christian's prescriptions during that time period?
Yes,
And were you told anything by the pharmacist or the hospital with regard to that prescription refill order?
yes, the pharmacist told me that, well, the pharmacist would not fill the prescription. I needed the doctor's renewal for the medication. So I called the doctor's office to get a refill, but they told me they would not refill it until they saw Christian
Did they state why?
because he hadn't been seen in over a year.
Ma'am, could you pull that microphone a little closer? I'm having
Oh.
trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
So they indicated to you that he had not been seen in over a year.
Objection leading.
I think Eve should overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. We had a hard time hearing you, so I just want to say they told you that he had not been seen in over a year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What did you do upon learning this information?
I made an appointment with him for the doctor and advised Dawan that he had an appointment so I could refill his medication.
And did Dawan Ferguson take Christian to that doctor's appointment?
He did not know.
Who did?
I did.
Did you go and take Christian then to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, were the prescriptions then allowed to be resuming?
Yes.
Okay. Did your care of Christian end in March of 2003?
Yes.
Why?
Well, Maxim called me and told me that his services were
Objection,
going.
hearsay.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I'm really having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry. Maxim Healthcare.
Okay. I'll sustain the objection. Why don't you re-ask the question in a way to avoid direct statements from third parties, please?
Did the funding for your services end?
Yes.
You were there as part of a Medicaid program?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And so the last time, so it's your understanding that you worked for Maxim Healthcare, correct?
Yes.
And they kind of contracted you to go to the home?
Yes.
And in March of 2003, that contract with Maxim ended?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Hello. Now, Christian was the first patient that you had with citrullinemia, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And because of that, Maxim went over with you the type of care that Christian needed under your services?
Yes.
And that included the amount of feedings, bathing, medications, and using of the G-tube, right?
Yes.
And when you would pick him up in the morning, you would give him a bath?
Yes.
And Christian, you felt was a happy child?
Yes, I did.
And he could eat solid food?
He could, yes.
And he would eat food by mouth, but also took nutrition and meds through the G-tube?
Yes.
And while you were the home health care nurse, you had no hospitalizations within your care, correct?
None.
And no seizures within your care?
No.
And as you stated on direct, your duties with Christian ended March of 2003?
Yes.
And that information was conveyed to Dawan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he wasn't happy it was ending?
Your Honor, objection as to what the defendant said or thought.
I'll sustain the objection.
And with it ending, he was attempting to go through another home health
Objection,
program.
again, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Go ahead. State your objection.
Any of it would be self-serving hearsay by the defendant or actions taken by him.
I agree. That is sustained.
You are aware that he was trying to go through a different program?
Objection, Your
Hold on a
Honor.
second. It's the same question, and it again is sustained.
He asked if you would stay
Your
on.
Honor, objection.
I didn't even finish the
She's
question.
talking about
Please
statements
approach.
by the defendant. That's not
Approach.
allowed.
All right, Ms. Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. So at the March 2003 doctor visit that you took Christian to, while there with Christian, they did some blood work, reconfigured his oral diet and formulas, correct?
Yes.
And he was not admitted into the hospital at this visit.
No.
And while you were there, well, let me backtrack. When working with Maxim, you get a plan of care order for the patient. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were there at this visit, there was an issue with the plan of care orders that you were working off of taking care of Christian. Is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. So you remember back in August of 2003, speaking with Special Agent Liza Ludovico?
Yes. It's August? Yes. Yes.
August of 2003. Okay. And you spoke with her in regards to your care of Christian Ferguson and observations you had seen in the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would looking at this interview help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
Jamia, what page are you referring to?
One moment. It's a long report. Page 10.
Thank you.
I'm going to have you read this last paragraph down here. Just read it to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Yes.
That refresh your recollection.
Yes. A little bit.
Okay. So the plan of care orders that you were operating on Maxim were corrected after that visit, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
And you are a mandated reporter, is that correct?
Yes.
And that means you're legally required to report any abuse or neglect if you see it or
Yes.
suspect it?
Yes.
And you never hotlined Dawan or called the police?
No.
And you never saw any bruises or unusual markings on Christian's body?
No.
And the interactions that you would see between Christian and Dawan were loving and caring?
Yes.
And he would encourage you to take Christian out of the house?
Objection, Your Honor. All of this going to the things about the defendant.
Yeah, that is sustained.
Dawan never made you feel uncomfortable?
No.
And you never witnessed any arguments between Dawan and Monica?
No.
And Dawan never complained to you about Monica or Theta?
No.
Now, the nurse that was taking care of Christian, before you came back from leave, that was Tradell Day?
I don't know. I don't really remember her name. If it's in that statement, then
Would this
yes.
refresh your
if it's-
recollection? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't.
It's page 1. Fourth paragraph.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did that refresh your recollection? Did you get a chance to read that?
I did. Yes.
And when you had arrived back from leave and took over the care of Christian again, you had found the Maxim book in disarray.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said in September of 2002, you reordered medications. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you found extra meds in the closet to provide Christian as well.
Yes. There was meds and formula.
Okay. And you used those meds and reordered when getting low.
Yes, I did.
And one of those meds was a large silver tin of L-arginine powder, and you used that to refill the smaller prescription bottles.
Yes.
And In your interview with Special Agent Liza Ludovico, I believe that in part of the talk with her, she might have showed you some pharmacy records. Do you recall that?
Yeah, yes, yes, I do.
And the pharmacy records were perplexing because you've never ran out of medications.
I never ran out of medication.
And you never had an instance where you did not have enough meds to give to Christian.
No,
Mm-hmm.
And you always reordered the meds when they were getting well.
yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down. Have a good day. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we, at this point in time, take a short break? Before you go, the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others or permit anyone to discuss in your hearing. Do not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Don't do any research or investigation on your own about any matter or anyone involved in this case or the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means. Do not read, view, or listen to a newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. And we'll get you back out here in about 10 or 15 minutes, okay? Thank you.
All right.
All right, maybe seated. Thank you. Yeah, you guys want to approach on the side up here, please? please. Oh, yeah. Oh, you can fill his cup. All right, so please rise for the jury. John, you have your next witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Okay, Ms. Schlesinger, statement call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls for Roddy Grigsby.
Thank you. Come on up. How you doing? Welcome. If you could just stand right there, raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat here. Make yourself comfortable. And once you get seated there, if you would give the sworn to the name to the reporter, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Loretta, Loretta, Grigsby, Grigsby.
All right, Ms. Bailey-Smith, you may begin.
Thank you. Ms. Grigsby, where do you currently live and work?
I currently live in Shreveport, Louisiana, and I work from home for United Healthcare,
And who did you work for back in 2003?
Apria Healthcare,
How long did you work for Apria Healthcare?
9 years.
From what? Do you remember the dates? I'm asking you to recall your memory about 20 years ago.
May 2000 until November 2009.
Okay, so a while. And when you were working there, did you have just one job title or did you have multiple job titles?
I had multiple job titles throughout the 9 years.
Do you remember in 2003 what your job title was?
Yes, I was an enteral nutrition specialist.
Now, we've talked about that word before. What does intro mean?
It is the process of tube feeding individuals who cannot eat food naturally, where they are given formulas through a tube.
And did you have training to be able to do this job?
No, because I didn't administer the food. I just processed the orders for the supplies and the goods.
So will you explain to the jury what exactly your job duties were for Apria?
My job duty was to create profiles and process orders for patients in need of enteral nutrition services and goods, the formulas and the supplies needed to supply that.
And what did Apria do? So they sent the food out that day then, or how did that work?
Mainly depending on the method. If patients were on a feeding pump, it would go out the first day of order when the doctor ordered it. But on monthly basis, we would either deliver or ship UPS.
Okay. And do you remember the Ferguson family?
Yes,
And were they one of your clients?
yes.
How long, and let me step back a minute, how many people worked in your department?
Let me get a memory check and do a head count here. I want to say it was 8 to 10 of us, I believe.
Did you all work together?
Yes, we were a department.
Okay. Do you recall when you started working with the Ferguson family?
No, I don't recall the exact date, no.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 8.
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 8. There's a stack of papers there. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those documents?
These are invoices for supplies and enteral nutrition orders.
Okay. And your name is on some of those?
Yes,
Were those documents that you prepare in the ordinary course of your business with Apria in 2001 through 2003?
yes,
Do you recognize those documents?
yes.
All right. And when did those documents start?
This first one started June 14th, 2001.
And they all look like, what would you call it, a work order?
Yes,
Is that the best way to
It's
describe it?
a
would
work
be?
order, yes.
Okay. And so what information does that work order have on it?
It has
Your Honor, I
the
would
patient's
object.
name.
Hold on a second, ma'am.
Okay, if you can hear me, sorry. Judge, I would object that these records are hearsay. I believe the testimony was that her name is on some of these records, not all of these.
No, response.
Your Honor, she testified that these were prepared in the ordinary course of business with Apria Healthcare and that she worked with a group of 8 to 10 people, so she can testify as to being a part of this group.
And these are only records that were made for what time period?
2001 through 2003, Your Honor?
And she was employed that entire time?
Yes, with
And
Apria.
so I'm going to overrule the objection at this point in time. Individual things within the record might be hearsay, but let's address first the foundation for the records.
Thank you,
all
Your
right?
Honor.
So, ma'am, I'm sorry. You restate your question.
Sorry. So what is
And,
what
and do me a
information?
favor, stay closer to the microphone.
Sorry, I'm a wanderer. So what information is on those work orders?
Okay, it's the patient's name, address, date of birth.
Okay. And who is the patient?
Christian Ferguson.
Okay. And then his name of birth, or I'm sorry, his date of birth is on there?
No, not date of birth, and I apologize for that. Name, address, and telephone number, and
Okay.
that was my mistake.
And then do those records contain, according to your recollection, what you're holding right now, do those contain what the formula was or what the food that was sent out was?
Yes,
And will that information contained on there also contain how much food?
yes,
And in your experience and when you were making these documents, did you send out food for what period of time? Was it for 4 days, 7 days, 30 days,
these are 30-day supplies.
30-day supplies?
Yes.
And 30-day supply, in your understanding of working for Apria for 9+ years, would be enough to feed a child for how long?
30 days.
Okay. Do you recognize those documents? I know you said your name's not on all of those, but would those have been documents generated during your time with Apria Healthcare and while you were working in that department?
Yes,
And your name's not on all of those, but your name's on some of those, and other people, I believe there was a Christy and a Rachel.
correct.
Were those all people that you worked with?
Yes,
And you all worked together?
together, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 8 into evidence at this point.
Judge, my objection is still hearsay, as is stated. Ms. Grigsby, I believe, can testify, and then I can cross on the records that she actually prepared. I believe the rest of the documents that she did not actually prepare in the course of business is hearsay.
All right, please approach for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, no talking, please. Thank you. All right, thank you. So I've sustained the objection. Just give us 1 minute, if you would, please. Thank you.
Graves, let me ask you this question. Do you recall, separate from the documents that I showed today, do you recall the Ferguson family?
Yes,
And how do you recall them as being one of your clients? You stated earlier, correct?
correct.
Do you remember them stopping? Do you remember at some point them not ordering any more food from you?
Objection leading.
Hold on a second.
I'll rephrase the
Yeah,
question.
that's sustained. So you just restate, please.
Yes. At some point, did the Ferguson family stop ordering food from you?
Same objection, Judge.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. Maybe your question is, did they order food from you? Did they ever stop at some point in time?
Did they order food from you?
Yes,
At some point, did they stop ordering food from you?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall the date that they placed their last order with Apria Healthcare?
Not the exact date, but I believe March
Do you remember the year?
2003,
Okay.
2002, 2000, exact, yeah.
Okay. It's been almost 20 years.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not overridden. Oh, I was going off that.
I'll show you these work orders. I believe they start in July of 2002. And they go through February of 2003. And those, can you double check those and make sure those all have your name on them? And it's somewhat confusing because I believe one of them has at the top of, as worker, doesn't have your name, it has somebody else's, but then it says, "Thank you, Loretta."
This one, yeah, this is the one that you were referring to. But the remainder of those have my name in both places.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those records show the formula was ordered for Christian Ferguson.
Yes.
And what specifically was ordered for him?
There was the Polycoast powder, the Pro-Free powder. There's also the supplies, his syringes, Pediasure. There are invoices for buttons and extension sets and all of the things that's needed for his feedings.
Okay. And you stated earlier that the amount of the food for each work order had been for a 30-day supply.
Correct.
And in your understanding and training working for Apria, there wouldn't be any allowed extra food sent to the family?
No.
Okay. No. Was it, do you recall what date it was? You said it was March earlier. Do you remember the year that they stopped ordering food from you?
Judge, I'm going
They
to
passed their
object.
last order?
If
Oh.
this,
Hold on a second.
sorry.
State your objection.
Oh, yes. I would object if she's testifying as to information that's not in the records that she actually prepared in the course of her business.
I'm asking her independent recollection, which she testified earlier, that she remembers independently that the order ceased being placed.
Right. I don't think the witness is limited to the records in terms of what she observed or experienced, so I'll overrule the objection.
I'm sorry to ask you this again, Ms. Crispy, but do you remember when the last time the order was placed by the Ferguson family?
That I can remember personally would
Yes.
probably be March. Like I said, I don't remember the exact date or the exact year. I want to say 2002 or 2003.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Just one question, Judge. The food and the medical supplies that were ordered through APRIA, those were covered through Medicaid, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Thank you. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may be released.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you may step down. Safe travels back home. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Nancy Brody. How were you formerly employed?
My last position was at Rankin Jordan Pediatric Bridge Hospital. And I started working as a dietitian in 1973, went to the University of Missouri in Columbia, and became a registered dietitian, and got into pediatrics in the late 80s. Started at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital and did various pediatric experiences like Missouri First Steps. Went into the medical genetics department at WashU Children's Hospital and moved on from there to the Rankin Jordan.
I want to specifically ask you about your work with the, I believe you said, medical genetics department.
That's correct.
Did you work closely with a Dr. Dorothy Grange?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your job as a registered dietitian, did I get that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a patient by the name of Christian Ferguson?
Yes.
All right. Did Christian suffer from any particular illness or disease?
Yes.
And what would that be?
He had a urea cycle disorder called citrullinemia.
And as a result of Christian suffering from citrullinemia, did he need to have some sort of special diet, which is where you would come into play?
Yes, as a metabolic dietitian, we provide the nutrition support for patients diagnosed with inherited diseases. We also designed individualized nutrition care plans to maintain growth, development, and healing through medical nutrition therapy, and provided nutrition education for all caregivers.
And in particular with Christian Ferguson, do you remember what his dietary needs were?
I came on board at WashU Medical Genetics in February of 2003, and at that time, his nutrition prescription included a formula blend that went through his gastrostomy tube that was given 4 times a day. It had to be specially ordered through a durable medical company and weighed on a gram scale and mixed carefully.
And this is not something that someone could just go to the store or
No.
go to...
No, sir.
Okay. Had to be specially ordered and prescribed by a doctor.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I interrupted you earlier. If you want to keep going.
In addition to the G-tube formula, he was allowed to eat orally by mouth 10 grams of protein per day from food.
So that formula that we talked about earlier, was that just to supplement him and make sure he would be receiving his overall nutrient?
The gastrostomy tube formula feeds 4 of those a day, provided maybe approximately 50 to 60% of his needs. So it was not just a supplement, it was a big part of his nutrition prescription.
And when this formula would be ordered, would that be for a 10-day supply, a 30-day supply, or something else?
Once the different products were provided to continue every 3 to 4 months. That's when we would give the prescription for every 3 to 4 months, and then they would have to be reviewed by the doctor. Once the product was opened, it was good for about 30 days,
Okay, so the product was only viable for 30 days?
approximately.
And-
And once you mix the formula, it was only good for 24 hours.
Okay, so if you had received this formula powder and it expired after 30 days, it was no good?
Once it was opened, it was good for 30 days. It had a longer shelf life.
Okay,
30 days.
but once
If it
opened?
wasn't opened.
Okay. I want to direct your attention. So you indicated that you came on to Christian's case, we'll say, in February of 2003?
Yes.
At some point, did you meet with Christian Ferguson at the hospital?
I received a phone call from a home health nurse. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
I got a phone call from the home health nurse saying.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's all going for the purpose of medical exception to the hearsay rule.
All right, well, I'll overrule the objection for now. Let's continue.
Thank you. You can keep going.
So I got a phone call from the home health nurse asking for help. She needed to have a reorder on the different nutrition products and the medications. And I said, we would love to help you. And I looked into his medical chart and saw that he hadn't been seen in a year, and asked her if she would please help me schedule an appointment for him to be seen by the doctor, and we would start working on the needs for medication and formula.
And then did that doctor visit occur between Dr. Grange, yourself, and Christian Ferguson?
Yes, we were able to schedule that appointment shortly after the phone call, about a couple weeks, and she brought him in to see us in March.
Was his father, Dawan Ferguson, present for that visit?
Objection, relevance.
What is the relevance?
Your Honor, it goes to show his overall lack of care for his child. He wasn't going to the visitations or the hospital visits.
So I'll overrule the objection. Why don't you ask the question, let the witness tell us what the answer might be.
Thank you. Did Christian's father, Dawan Ferguson, attend that visit?
No.
In your experience as a dietitian working with doctors, when those types of visits are scheduled, is it common for the parent to bring the child?
Objection, speculation.
Well, I think I'll sustain your objection as to relevance here. Let's just move along.
So let's talk about that visit. Did you or the hospital run any tests on Christian Ferguson?
I work with the medical genetics doctor, Dr. Grange, and we would see him in his follow-up appointment that you're referring to in early March. And we would check his height and weight on the growth grid, and she would do an exam. We always ask the person if they had any nutrition questions or concerns, anything that they needed us to help them with. And then doctor would order a series of labs to check on the course of his disorder control and make sure there were no underlying other medical problems going on at the time.
You mentioned earlier the patient's growth, and I think you may have referred to a growth chart, correct?
Yes, we have a growth grid, and we plotted him with his weight showing a decrease from the last year that he had been there, and no growth in height.
So no development in growth and height, but you also noted a decrease?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you notice any sort of a decrease?
Well, when you look in his medical record, we saw that there was a decrease from 5 kilos down to 23 kilos. We plotted him on the growth grid, and he spent time on the lower growth grid at the 3rd percentile.
Okay. Now you mentioned 25 to 23 kilos.
He was around 25 kilos in the year before, and I got on board, I said, in February when I saw him for his visit. in early March, he had been only 23 kilos, so he lost 2 kilos, or between 4 and 5 pounds.
Okay. So that was going to be my next question, is kilos to pounds ratio. So in pounds, roughly, what would that have meant?
A kilo is 2.2 pounds,
Okay. And so it would be around, you said, approximately 5 pounds.
4 to 5 pounds approximately.
And this was February of 2003?
Well, actually, he came to visit us. I think it was March 6th approximately.
Okay, the call
clinic.
had come in
Yes,
February.
the call came in February, and I saw him around March 6th with Dr. Grange.
Did you have concerns about the weight loss?
Well, we design, as I said, our nutrition prescriptions to show that they're able to maintain their development and have age-appropriate growth. And so it was surprising and disappointing that he had lost weight.
A child with the disease citrullinemia, if their dietary regimen and their medications were being given in accordance with the plan of care, would you expect to see growth in a child?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
Your Honor, she, I believe, is qualified to answer this question.
She's not a doctor. She's a dietitian.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Do you work with patients of various illnesses?
I used to.
And did you work with patients with diseases similar to Christian Ferguson's, like citrullinemia?
We saw many patients with metabolic disorders.
And was it your job duty to assess test results, weight, figures, create a plan of care to then adjust them accordingly?
I worked with the physician to have the patients receive adequate nutrition support so that they would be able to have good growth and development and healing.
Overall, generally, in your experience, do you monitor your patients' height, weight, and overall growth plotted on that growth chart and things like that?
Yes.
Is that one of the main responsibilities in your previous job?
Yes, when they come to the doctor's appointments every 3 to 4 months, it's an important step to check their weight and their height and to see that they're doing age-appropriate growth.
Your Honor, I would ask permission to re-ask my previous question, as I believe the foundation has been laid.
Same objection, Judge. I do not believe. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't cut you off.
Go ahead.
Objection overruled. I think you've laid the foundation. She's qualified to answer the question.
Thank you. So with a patient like Christian Ferguson, with one of those metabolic disorders, if a patient like that was receiving the proper nutrition and medication that you in the hospital had worked out, would you expect to see a growth in weight and a growth in height?
I would like to see that he was having some improvement in his development and his growth and his healing.
It's not expected for them to decrease in weight, correct?
Objection,
Correct.
leading.
I'll sustain that objection. Restate your question, and the answer will be stricken from the record. Jury will disregard the answer. Please restate your question.
Yes, Your Honor. Would you expect to see a decrease if they were all being followed appropriately?
I would not expect to see a decrease unless we had known that there was a serious illness where they might have been recently hospitalized under the doctor's care.
And you indicated that you reviewed over his chart and that a lab panel was ordered, correct?
There were multiple labs ordered, yes.
Did those panels indicate that Christian Ferguson was suffering from any sort of illness that would have accounted for that?
Working with Dr. Grange, when the labs came back, we did not find any other lab that would indicate there was a problem related to nutrition being needed to be changed.
Did you or Dr. Grange, in your presence, emphasize your concerns over Christian's decrease in weight?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Did you or Dr. Grange, while in your presence, have a discussion with the defendant and tell him about the concerns you had over his decrease in weight and the overall absence of him being seen by the genetic department?
Around a week or so after the clinic visit, I think the clinic visit was on the 6th, around the 14th, I think, Mr. Ferguson came to the department office and was requesting help from Dr. Grange to get an updated letter to continue the home health services. I was present with Dr. Grange, and he was needing us to update that letter so he could have nursing services in the home continued.
At any point during that visit, did he ever ask about the visit with Christian?
No, he did not, but we asked, we did give him the information. We said we wanted to update him at that point. We had not talked to him, but we wanted at that point to update him about the result of the clinic visit, and he said that he understood.
Did you indicate to him that you would like to be seeing Christian about once a month to make sure?
We said since there was a long time since we had seen him, he'd gone a year without an appointment, and when we saw him, he had a weight loss and it didn't grow in height, and we were unsure about his oral intake of solids, that we would like to see him for follow-up in a month instead of the other routine 3 to 4 months.
So just so I'm clear, the years before, specifically the year before, Christian was supposed to be coming in every 3 to 4 months.
Yes, unless there was a change by the doctor.
Okay. And he had not been seen in over a year. Did I hear you correctly?
Well, I noticed when remember, I just came on board in February of '03, and when I got the phone call from the home health nurse, I looked back on the chart, and it had been a year since he had been to see Dr. Grange.
And then after this March of 2003, you wanted to change that from 3 to 4 months to every month.
Objection,
Just-
leading.
Hold on a second.
Your Honor, I'm just asking for clarification.
I think it's just a recap, but the questions have been answered. The jury has heard the answers, so one more recap, and then we'll move on. Ma'am, you can answer the question. Do you recall the question?
I know that we wanted to see him to monitor his progress in 1 month, and then we would see from then with the labs and that follow-up if we could go back to something different or not.
Did that follow-up ever occur?
No.
Did you send a letter or make any phone calls to the Ferguson residents in an effort to make that follow-up happen?
I did make a phone call to the residents and left a message.
And was that in April of 2003?
That's correct.
Did you ever get a call back?
No.
Did you do it again in May of 2003?
Objection, leading.
It's not leading, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. It's not a leading question. So overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am, if you're able to do so.
I called again in May and left another message.
Did you ever hear back from the defendant?
No, I did not hear back.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, as you had testified, you became Christian's dietitian in February of 2003?
That's correct. I started in that department in February of '03, and that's when I got the phone call from the home health nurse.
Okay. And Christian had specific nutrition management guidelines supervised by Dr. Grange and the whole team. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these were goals to set up how many oral feeds he could have and how much protein he could have, correct?
It was based on He wasn't limited on oral feeds other than the nutrient protein. He was limited to 10 grams of protein from food per day.
But those are goals that are set. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. And there were also separate guidelines for what could actually go through the G tube.
Yes.
Okay. And he would put things in his mouth that weren't food. Is that correct?
I heard that was true, yes.
Okay. And which could cause him to vomit.
That could contribute to it, but other things could contribute to vomiting also.
That's correct. Just like if the formula was,
If the formula went in too fast, if it was not mixed correctly, or weighed on the scale correctly, or even any signs of stress like infection, illness. So, and maybe just getting too much protein in his diet. So all those things could contribute.
Okay. And as you had testified, when the nurse brought him in, he had lost about 4 to 5 pounds in a year since he was last seen.
Based on the scale, yes.
And that was March 6th of 2003?
That's right.
Okay. And at that visit, labs were ran, and then there was a change in his plan to increase the food in his G tube, as well as the oral protein to 14 grams.
That's correct. When the nurse called me originally in February on the phone, the home health nurse, she said that he was hungry and she was hoping that we'd be able to make some adjustments so he could have more protein in his oral diet from food.
And after that visit, you were able to then do a 3-month supply of medication and food. Is that correct?
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes.
And with doing the medication, you would calculate it and pad it a bit just in case there was some spillage?
Not the medication, ma'am. I'm talking about the formulas.
The formula, okay.
Right. I would always put a little bit, like maybe 5% extra volume in just in case of spillage. So they wouldn't run short and have to make the whole thing again.
And during that visit, when the home health nurse brought Christian, it was discovered that the plan of care that was followed by the nurse was incorrect. Is that right?
There might have been some miscommunication about the total volume given at each one of those 4 feeds through the G tube, and how much fluid was to be followed by that.
Yes.
So when we discovered that there was no underlying nutrition related or illness problems that could contribute to his weight loss, we were able to increase the volume of the G2 feeds and add more protein to his oral solids.
Well, I'm talking specifically about the plan of care that's provided to the home health care organization to follow in order to take care of Christian. That's what I'm speaking of. And in that doctor's visit, you reviewed that plan of care that they had been operating on, correct?
I had seen in the medical record that he was supposed to get about 270 mLs of formula 4 times a day, but it sounded like there was miscommunication at some point, and he maybe only got about 255 mLs 4 times a day. There was a little bit of difference, and he could have had a little bit more fluid to flush through the G tube.
And that's what I'm saying. After you reviewed it, you concluded that there was an error maybe between the transcription of the notes to the attending physician, possibly on that plan of care.
I'm not sure where the error occurred. I wasn't working there at the time.
Okay. Do you remember back in July of 2003 speaking with Special Agent Liza Ludovico in regards to Christian Ferguson?
The FBI agent that came to the office, I don't remember that at all, but I did review and read the notes from that. I do not remember doing that, but I read the notes that I did.
Okay. So are you saying you have already reviewed the report?
I've had it read to me by one time.
One time, okay. Would it possibly refresh your recollection if I showed it to you now?
Okay.
Okay. Page 30. Yeah, it's the second paragraph. Just read that to yourself for what you know. Was that refresh your recollection for your interview with Liza Dominica?
A little.
Okay. And so, when you were reviewing the plan of care that the home health care nurse was looking at to provide the care to Christian, you noticed there was a discrepancy and said maybe there was an error between the transcription from the notes to the physician, the attending physician, that could explain that discrepancy.
I'm not sure if that was something that took place of the person that worked with the family before I came on board in February.
Oh, I'm not saying it was you.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
But no, I'm not sure where the error completely occurred, if it was in, I'm not sure who was responsible for that error.
Okay, but there was an error.
There
that
was a
on it.
difference between what the nutrition prescription was in the medical chart and what was stated by the home health nurse and what she was giving.
But after that appointment, that plan was corrected. You got that corrected.
And adjusted.
And adjusted, yeah. And after that visit, Christian was not admitted into the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had testified that Dawan had come in maybe a week or so after the appointment with his home health care nurse, correct?
Yes, he came to the department office.
Okay. And you said that you did go ahead and go over the labs and what happened at that appointment, correct?
Yes, we wanted to help him
Right.
to get what he needed to have home health nursing continued, to give him an updated letter. And I said, I haven't talked to you since that clinic visit. Dr. Grage and I wanted to share with him the results.
And you had said that you and Dr. Grange had brought it to his attention about what happened at that doctor's visit, but it's also possible that the home health care nurse informed Dawan about what happened at that visit too.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Brody, defense counsel just asked you a lot of questions about some alleged error that occurred between a dietitian transcription and the home health nurse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she kept saying how it had been corrected, but you made a point to say it was adjusted, correct? Do you remember saying that?
I did adjust the formula after the clinic visit.
And that was to address Christian's weight loss, correct?
Yes, we gave him extra calories in his formula by changing some of the ingredients and volumes, and added more protein for him to eat orally. And we encouraged them to take protein-free foods at home and fluids to provide extra calories.
So saying corrected isn't necessarily accurate. You guys made those changes and adjustments based on the concerns you had after that visit with Christian.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross?
think just to be clear here, when the nurse brought Christian to the appointment, the plan of care that she was operating on was reviewed while there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at that plan of care, and I had you refresh your recollection looking at this, there appeared to have been possibly an error that was on this plan of care that they had been operating on for a period of time, correct?
Right, it wasn't the same as in the dietary prescription in the chart.
Correct. And after this visit, that was corrected for the plan of care to adjust from the visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that the healthcare team, Dr. Grange and myself, asked them to resume. Well, we wanted the prescription to be at 270 mLs QID until the labs were reviewed and the decision was made on how to go forward.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down, ma'am. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sharon Williams.
All right. You can move it a little bit, yeah. Hello, ma'am. Welcome. Please stop right there and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Can you take a seat here, make yourself comfortable? I want to get settled in as soon as you get your telling you what you did before. Thank
SHARONWILLIAMS.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sharon Williams.
And do you know somebody by the name of Christian Ferguson?
Yes, Christian is my nephew.
And are you related to Theta Person?
Yes, Theta's my sister.
I want to direct your attention back to the early 2000s, okay? I know I'm asking you to reach back in your mind quite a bit. I want to direct your attention specifically to January 16th of 2001. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
All right. Why do you remember that day?
That was the day that I was heading to work and I got a call from Dawan stating that Christian was sick.
Now, did you have communication with Dawan Ferguson fairly regularly?
No, not on a regular basis.
Would he sometimes contact you if it involved issues with your sister?
With Christian, yeah, sometimes, yeah.
With Christian, okay. And so on the morning of January 16th, 2001, Dawan Ferguson called you?
Yes.
At what time did he call you?
It was between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. I had to be at work by 9, so it was between 9, almost 9, maybe 9.
Okay. And what did he call you about?
Christian was sick. He had been sick since the night before.
So he indicated to you that he had seen Christian be sick the night before?
Yes.
Did he describe how he was sick?
He did not describe how he was sick.
And you indicated something about the timing of his call in relation to you being at work.
Yes. January is the time that we start registering youth for our summer program. And so our parents usually show up early to get their kids into the program that we run. And I knew that I had to be there at least by 9 because they would be waiting.
Okay. And you had, when you got this call, had you recently arrived at work or something else?
Yes, I had. I was just putting my purse down on the desk when I got the call.
And where was your place of employment located at?
Ohio and Gravois.
Is that in St. Louis City?
Yes, yes, South St. Louis.
Do you know where the defendant lived at that point?
Yes.
Where did he live?
He lived on, I think it's St. Vincent.
And was that close in proximity to where you worked?
Yes, about 2 minutes.
Was your place of employment close at all to Cardinal Glennon Hospital?
Yeah, not too far. Cardinal Glennon, I think it was down the street from where they lived.
Approximately how long would it take you to drive there?
About a minute or two.
Okay, so pretty close.
Yeah.
Now, you indicated you got a call from Dawan at around 9 a.m., and he told you that Christian had been sick since the night before. Did I hear you
Yes.
correctly? All right. What happened next?
I was trying to ask him what's going on, what's happening with him, and said he was sick and that he needed to get Connor to school.
So he knew Christian was sick, but he was talking about getting then Connor Ferguson to school?
Yes,
Okay. And Connor goes by Lynn Ferguson now, correct?
yes, she does.
Upon hearing that, what, if anything, did you do next?
I was concerned because Christian was sick. Why would you, go take your son to school? So I was like, well, I'm on my way. I was going to go around there. But
And
he
what-
hung up the phone. And,
He hung up the phone?
yeah, that's it. He hung up the phone.
Did you go anywhere upon that happening?
Yes, I immediately grabbed my keys and I drove around to the house.
And what, if anything, happened when you got to the house?
No one was there. I had the car, see a car, so I assumed he was gone. I knocked on the door, was looking around, but nobody was there, and I didn't have my cell phone. So I drove back to my job to get my cell phone.
And did you do anything after going back to work?
I came back to the house to see if he had made it back, but nobody was there. I didn't see anybody. The car wasn't there. And some man said he's gone with the boy. And that was it.
So this individual tells you that he left with the boy. And approximately what time would this have been?
Probably about 9, maybe 9:15. It wasn't that long.
So this all happened
9:20.
fairly quickly?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere after hearing that information from the neighbor?
Yes. I went to the hospital.
Did you see Dawan or Christian at the hospital?
No.
Did you ask about Dawan or Christian at the hospital?
Yes. Walked in the door and the security guard was right there. And I asked if Christian Ferguson had been brought in. He didn't know, so he was getting ready to go ask. When a nurse asked, she said, are you related to Christian? I said, yes. And she said, "No, I'll
Objection,
check."
hearsay, Judge.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection as to what other people said.
At that point, while you were at the hospital, was Christian Ferguson at the hospital?
No,
Was Dawan Ferguson at the hospital?
no.
How long did you wait at the hospital to see if they arrived?
Till almost 11.
Eventually, did you talk to Dawan Ferguson about him not being at the hospital?
I think I called him and he said that he was waiting on Dr. Grange.
But he wasn't at his house?
No, I don't think so.
And at this point, he had already indicated his concerns to you about Christian, and you were now waiting at the hospital for about 2 hours?
It must have been like maybe hour 15 minutes. I knew I couldn't stay that long.
Eventually, did Christian arrive at Cardinal Glennon?
He did, but I wasn't there. I had to leave.
Okay, so you had already left to go back to work?
Yes.
Let's flash forward now to 2003. Generally, in the March, April, May, and June months of 2003, did you see Christian Ferguson?
No.
At some point in May of 2003, did you have the occasion to see Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about where you were and when that happened?
I received a phone call from my son, my oldest son, saying that Dawan was at the house and he wanted to speak with me. I was just leaving work. So I told him to just let him know I'm on my way. By the time I got there, he wasn't there. So I went in the house and I began doing what I was doing, cooking. He then arrived a little while after that, and I opened the door and he came in.
What, if anything, did he say to you when he came into the house?
He was concerned that they were going back to court on June 9th, and that he didn't want to go back to court. He just wanted her to wait until the kids had grown up or something, and I indicated to him that, she hadn't seen the kids since March, and, what's up with that. He just began to say other things about why she hadn't seen the kids, or what was going on with him, about him. I guess he maybe lost his job and didn't know insurance, and owing John Steffens money for child support. And, he was getting, like kind of agitated about going back to court.
Did he say anything particularly in relation to when Theda would see the kids or anything that caused you alarm?
Yes, and he said she'll see him over my dead body.
And when did he say that to you?
He was getting ready to leave at that point.
How was the defendant's mood, if you know?
Agitated, upset, angry. He didn't want to go back to court.
And this was just before the June 9th hearing?
Yes.
Do you see Dawan Ferguson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe what he is wearing?
He's wearing a black suit, white shirt and a tie.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant, Dawan Ferguson.
The record will so reflect.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Hello.
Hello.
So, Ms. Williams, you're the sister of Theda Person?
Yes, I am.
And being Theda's sister, you're aware that things have been contentious between Dawan and Theda for quite some time.
Your Honor, objection pursuant to the motion in limine.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Thank you.
As you had stated, you have acted as a go-between sometimes between Dawan and Theda, correct?
A couple of times.
Now, in early 2003, I believe February, you had a conversation with Dawan.
Objection, Your Honor. Self-serving hearsay. May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
You ready? All right. So the court sustained the objection. You may ask your next question.
Thank you. So you just testified that you had a conversation with Dawan around the end of May of 2003. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you claim that in this conversation, Dawan said he didn't want Theda to see the kids and she would see them over his dead body. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were interviewed by FBI Special Agent Liza Ludovico in August of 2003. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in that interview, you told her about this conversation that you had with Dawan in May of 2003. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that statement to Liza in 2003 would be more accurate than what you remember now, correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, you told Liza Ludovico that Dawan
Your
said...
Honor, objection, improper impeachment.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. If you want to show it to the witnesses you've done
Yeah.
before to refresh her memory, and then you could ask her a question.
That's fine. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Reviewing your interview with Liza Ludovico will refresh your recollection, correct?
I can see it, yes, I might.
I'm going to show you the end of page 1 and then into page 2. You can read that to yourself and then let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
So that refreshed the recollection, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Steele, may I see that for a second? Thank you. All right, so, and just to be clear, this is the FBI agent's notes, her recollection or memorialization of what she was told
Correct.
through her ears and eyes. That's what she put down.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay. You never told Liza that he said he'd get the kids over his dead body.
That may not have come up. I may not have said that, but that's what he said to me.
Again, you never told Liza Ludovico that Dawan said to you he'll get the kids over his dead body.
Objection, asked and answered.
Yes, sustained.
Now, you just testified about the January 2001 where Christian went to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, as I stated, in August of 2003, you spoke with Special Agent Liza Ludovico, correct?
Correct.
And you never talked to her at all about this conversation you had with Dawan in January of 2001.
I did talk with her about that.
So your testimony here today is that you spoke with Liza Ludovico about what happened in January of 2001 at Christian's hospitalization?
When he was, the dates are confusing. I don't think I spoke with her about the hospitalization.
So you did not tell her about this hospitalization?
I don't recall telling her about the hospitalization.
Okay. But you spoke with her about other conversation and happenings with Christian and Dawan, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at this incident in January of 2001, as you stated, Dawan called you, correct?
Correct.
And he told you that Christian was sick,
Yes.
and also that he was waiting to hear back from Dr. Grange.
Right.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Thank you. State may call its next witness.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
All right. This is the best part of the day, I guess. We're going to finish for today. The attorneys and I have some work to do and get a chance to get out here a little early this evening, okay? So where the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of court until you retire to consider your verdict. You must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others. Permit anyone to discuss in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Do not do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case. By any means, do not read, view, or listen to any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. And there is a lot of media surrounding this case, and I just once again please remind you to stay away from any news sources this evening, really all this week, but even in your car on the way home, just pick some nice jazz music and listen as you drive home, okay? And keep those news alerts disabled, okay? Great. All right, so tomorrow morning, if you all could come back at 8:30, I will do my best to get you out more quickly tomorrow morning, and we'll pick up with the state's, continue with the state's case, all right? You just leave your notebooks on the chairs. You have a good evening. Be safe. Thank you.